From a distance, it always seems impossible. But impossible is just a place we haven't been to yet. Impossible is what beckons us to go further, to explore. It calls us from the wild, lures us into the unknown, asks us to dig deeper, to look at things from new perspectives, and sometimes forces us to change the way we see. The impossible appears in the darkest hours, taunts us with answers in the most unlikely places, hides solutions where there once were none. It can drive us to the brink, but it's what beats in the heart of every explorer. Because the further we go into the impossible, the closer we are to making it possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Grosvenor Auditorium for our presentation of Red Planet versus Blue Planet. Where do we explore next? Please welcome to the National Geographic Explorers Festival stage, National Geographic Society Executive Vice President and Chief Program Officer, Brooke Runette.
Hi. I'm happy to see all of you here. Good morning. Thanks for coming today. We are so thrilled to include all of you in something that we've kind of kept to ourselves for a couple of years, which is this great Explorer Symposium. We usually invite every year all of our explorers to town, and a huge number of them have come this time. And what we wanted to do was try and open this up to our friends and neighbors in Washington and have something that would be a fun public event. So we have a couple of these. We hope you'll stick around with us. We have today's event, which is going to be fantastic. Then tonight we have a celebration of exploration over at Lisner Auditorium because we actually had a big crowd. And then tomorrow there'll be a further film festival here. But it's just one way of kind of saying, welcome in, because we have some great people here. So today we will be doing a fantastic, we sort of had this idea because we've been thinking about, well, what is exploration and why do we do it? Why do we humans do this? And we were thinking about where the next frontiers would be for all of us. As you saw, we were thinking about the further thing all the time. And we thought, well, there are some people who want to go up to Mars. And then there's these other people who we're talking to who always want to go down to the bottom of the ocean. And we sort of thought that this was a red planet, blue planet smackdown, which we would have here. So welcome to our, welcome to our smackdown. And the correct answer at the end of the day may be both. But we thought we would invite some fantastic people. So you'll really see a great lineup today. We have our explorers in residence, Bob Ballard and Sylvia Earle, who are both fantastic. We have the first Canadian commander of the ISS, Chris Hadfield, who we're so thrilled to have here. We have some of our emerging explorers. We have some fantastic authors and interesting people. And then later today, there'll be a special taping of the National Geographic show Star Talk, which is hosted by Neil deGrasse Tyson, who will get the Hubbard Medal from us later tonight, and talking to James Cameron, who has a lot of opinions about red planet, blue planet. So there's going to be a great day today, and we're so glad you could join us. But first, let's look at a little setup video before I introduce your MC.
All have come from this microscopic egg, many, many times smaller than a mustard seed.
The age of exploration never really began or ended. It's hardwired into our DNA, each iteration of life pushing us further. The question has always been, and will always be, where do we go next? In pursuit of the impossible, we've traversed continents and glaciers. We've climbed. We went to the moon and drove around. We took a submarine to the bottom of the ocean. Now, we push further into the heavens, setting our sights on the fourth planet from the sun. The second most habitable planet in the solar system, Mars could hold proof that life exists beyond Earth. A mission to Mars will inspire a generation. But as as we reach into the universe, it's easy to forget there's so much left to explore right at our own doorstep. Because we've only truly explored about a third of our planet. Only a tiny percentage of the ocean floor has been carefully mapped. And the seas hold answers about life that we may never know. Exploration has always been dangerous. And sending humans to another planet, or even the ocean floor, is extremely challenging. Is this even something we should be doing? And if so, why? Survival. Knowledge. The pursuit of the unknown. Exploration is who we are. So Mars or the ocean, you choose. Where do we go next?
Well, that's exciting to all of us. We get thrilled about this. So your master of ceremonies today will be one of our favorite explorers. We have lots of favorites, but Kenny Broad has been a 2006 emerging explorer, and then in 2011, he and his partner became the Explorers of the Year, which was a fantastic honor. And he's really a great, he'll be fun. Anyway, he's an environmental anthropologist by trade, and he has done just about everything. I mean, he's one of these people who's done all sorts of things. He's done filmmaking and scientific expeditions almost everywhere. He's a licensed U.S. Coast Guard captain and a commercial helicopter pilot. He has multiple dive ratings, so he's actually been in that blue hole almost to the bottom of it. And by day, he's a professor at the University of Miami, where he directs the Abbas Center of Ecosystems Science and Policy, and he's also the co-director of the Center for Research on Environmental Decision-Making at Columbia University. So, and he collaborates with everyone. He's one of the greats in pulling a lot of different people together to talk about really interesting problems, so he's a perfect person to pull this together today. So I'm pleased to welcome Kenny Broad.
Wow. Hey, good morning. Good morning, good morning. You hear me all right? No glare. Everyone's caffeinated? All right, they gave me cards. So let me get this done. Oh my God. If found wandering, please return to National Geographic. No. So let me do the housekeeping part of today. You can all join the conversation on social media by using the hashtag NatGeoFest. And we are being live streamed around the world, so I want to say hello to our live stream guests, wherever you're looking at us from. And thank you for tuning in, and please send us your questions as you watch so we can incorporate them to our Q&A at the end of the session. One more card is, the music. We didn't get to hear it back there, but you've been listening to live music from Taylor Jordan, and he's also known as the greatest hoax. He's a climate scientist by day, and a classically trained pianist and a music producer. And he usually plays at night. I'm not sure why they wrote, maybe he's a vampire. But throughout the day, he'll be sharing his original creations with us. So, all right, I got that. That was the hardest part of the day. Anyway, thank you all for coming out this morning. And I'm sure Runette described what a sort of crazy week it's been. I think almost 150 explorers descended on the National Geographic campus from all over the place. I mean, like I said, everyone says it feels different, but it actually smells different. It really does. I won't go into detail. It's not me. But it's like these inspiring, amazing conversations that they range from gender equity, human rights, and how those relate directly to the sort of environmental and conservation issues that we care about, all the way through to the most esoteric discussions about what might go on in space and how that affects us, and even learning about the origins of life. So it's an intense week, and it's still going on. It actually went on until 1 in the morning last night with a party where there are people sleeping in the green room when I got here. But you're left feeling completely inadequate, but also very motivated as you move forward. So it's a wonderful, and you can watch everything still online, so please take a look at it. We're going to sort of continue the existential thoughts and take them to new depths and heights with a series of conversations today with extremophiles, people who are on the sort of cutting edge of thinking and actually physically going to these most extreme environments. And I think I've seen them before. They played a couple of videos beforehand, the startup to the show. And those gave some of the, what I would call rational reasons why we explore, you know, the pursuit of knowledge, thinking about the future survival of our species, and perhaps some genetic reasons why we're driven to explore. Fellow National Geographic explorer Tierney Tiss sent me a short clip. It's not as nicely produced as this, but it also, I think it gets across some of the emotion and some of the other, I think, more controversials that are related to exploration I'd like to play. It's short, and again, it's not fine, you know, not so fancy.
This is Horst Nussbaum, K2-Expedition, live via satellite. I've set up my temporary camp here at 26,000 feet. Oh. Shit. You can't see the peak right now! But I only have a few steps left to make history. This will be the result of 3 years of preparation.
So that, actually, when she first sent it to me, I mean, besides it being hilarious, it reminded me of the very first, I would say, expedition I was on, at least that had adult supervision. It was in the late 1980s with someone who ended up being my mentor, Wes Skiles. And it was a remote part of the Caribbean, you know, hard to get there, all the kind of expedition stuff. And I forget how, but somehow, you know, I was the youngest one, and I got the good fortune of being the first one to get to dive in one of these offshore underwater caves called blue holes. And, you know, it was in the middle of the night because you have to dive according to the tide. So I did my dive. I came up a few hours later to the back of the boat. You know, and Wes is hanging over the top. A bunch of people are hanging over. And I just held up my exploration reel that was empty. You know, I'd laid out all the line, explored this cave, you know, full of hubris and, you know, chest thumping, whatever. And he just looked at me with his southern drawl and he said, "Where's the data?" And I didn't take pictures, I didn't survey the cave, I didn't take a sample. And it really kind of drove home the difference between, I guess, adventure and exploration. And increasingly, I think there's always been a blur in the lines between exploration and exploitation. And, you know, whether it's in deep sea as we go deeper to look for manganese nodules, whether it's already plans to do space mining for rare earth metals, or whether it's just doing something to get as many YouTube hits as possible because that's has media and financial value. These are all, you know, these are all sort of, there's a range of ethical, moral questions related to exploration, you know, in the colonial days as well as in our post-colonial world right now. And there's probably, you know, one of those certainly at the forefront. Should we be going to these places when we're not even taking care or able to handle resources here on the surface? So these are the sorts of issues I think we're going to start to talk about today with a great group of panelists. I'm going to introduce the moderator, who will then introduce the first panel of the day, which is called Leaving Terra Firma. And this I have a card because I don't want to mess someone else up. But our moderator is Joel Achenbach. Many of you have probably heard of him. He's been a longtime contributor, I think, since 1988 to National Geographic. He's been at the Washington Post since 1990. He's got many books. Their topics range from alien life to the Deepwater Horizon spill. He's got a blog that you can follow called Achenbach, and I'm excited. Wait till you see the panel he has, and please join me in welcoming Joel to the stage. All right, Joel.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Kenny. Thanks for being here. They made me turn off my phone, which was kind of a bummer because I wanted to call my mom and say, Mom, you're not going to believe who I'm hanging out with this morning, okay? So this panel includes like the guy who found the Titanic, right? I really wanted to tell my mom that. And there's an astronaut, and I don't know about you, but like astronauts are sort of like amazing, I mean, so I'm supposed to be like the serious moderator, but I'm kind of in awe. So let's bring him on out here. So here we go, Steve Patranick, okay? Legendary editor. Bethany Elhman, come on out. Chris Hadfield, astronaut, and Bob Ballard. Okay. So let me just say, I don't know about you folks, but like this morning coming down here, I was really worried about parking, like where will I park? And then I thought, I bet you like Bob Ballard's not worried about parking. I mean, he went to the Titanic, like at the bottom of the ocean. He doesn't worry about stuff like that. So anyway, I didn't do a very full interview, introduction of who each person is, but we'll work our way down here. Bob, let's start with you. This whole panel is Red Planet versus Blue Planet. Have we explored fully the Blue Planet? I mean, are we all done? What else is there to see here?
We have better maps of Mars than our planet.
We have better maps of Mars than our planet.
Because
Explain that.
You can see Mars, and it's pretty hard to see our planet because it's covered with 72% of it with water. So it's a much greater challenge to map our planet, although the cost of mapping Mars, I think, was $3 billion. You could map our planet for the same amount of money. We haven't done it yet.
So you're talking about the deep sea.
72% of the Earth, which is also 50% of the United States of America. We have the largest underwater holdings of any other nation on Earth, and we don't have maps of half of the United States.
Okay, so lots of room to explore there,
yeah,
clearly.
Absolutely, lots of room.
Let's talk to Chris Hadfield, Canadian astronaut, and whatever.
You can be both, right?
It's early, okay? Just bear with me, all right? Chris, you have actually explored in space, and we were talking on the phone a while back that you were spacewalking during a aurora. I mean, you've had these experiences that few other people have had. Obviously, I think everyone would love just to hear some stories about that.
Sure.
But can you put that also in the context of how this is important for us as a species?
Sure. There's a bunch of explorers here. Well, we're all explorers fundamentally. That's how we've discovered the world around ourselves from the time we learned to walk. But I've been lucky enough to fly in space 3 times and go around this blue planet 2,600 times or so. And as you say, actually be outside on a spacewalk going through the aurora as it was rippling past the ship and between my legs and all around me. And it's intriguing, the contrast of red planet versus blue planet. I think we'd win right now, actually, red planet versus blue planet. But I think it's important that we encourage exploration. It's where on the edge of the frontiers of things that we discover the most. And by challenging ourselves to go into an environment we've never been before, whether it's down where the ocean is spreading in the Straits of Juan de Fuca there, or whether it's looking like we just saw underneath the polar ice cap of Mars, where there are caves that may have been caused by meteor impacts, or the understanding of our own planet, and therefore ourselves and our role in it, only comes, I think, through exploration and through our ability to see it any way that we can challenge ourselves. So I think we need to continuously push ourselves to do those things. And often the returns are just scientific. You get data, you get temperatures, you get ideas. But what National Geographic has done so well for so long is take those bits of data and those ideas and turn them into something human, something that inspires us to be even more curious, to take something as technical as the aurora, which is just electromagnetic energy causing a change in energy state of the upper atmosphere, which then causes a fluorescence and a color, and turn that into an intense, human, personal, beautiful experience to see the rainbow of all of those little sparkles of light flowing for 1,000 miles past you. That contrast and that flow, I think, is both really important, but it's also what drives us to the scientific understanding that follows after it. And so I think we need both.
So we're going to print that up, what he just said, and run it in the magazine. Okay. So Bethany Elhman is a professor at Caltech and works at JPL, and Bethany actually explores Mars. We were talking yesterday. When you see the Opportunity rover or Spirit or Curiosity, Bethany works on these projects. She drives these things. Tell us a little bit about what that's like to explore robotically another planet.
So my job is not so much the rover driver, but the rover backseat driver. As one of 400 and something members of the science team for the Curiosity rover, for example, we take turns, and there are a few of us who have the privilege of each day getting to be in charge of the decision of where does the rover go? Where does it drive to? What does it drill? What rock do we shoot with our laser in order to make a measurement of its chemistry? And it's a whole different style of exploration when you can't just go up there and touch the rock. You can't pick it up. You can only look at images. Now, I'm a geologist by training. Sometimes this is intensely frustrating. You just want to look what is on the other side. But one of the things that you do with the rover is where we use all of the tools and all of the ingenuity we have to extend our human presence to this other planet through the eyes of a robot that drives around with a field of view that's about at the same height as our eyes. And this is incredibly exciting. So each day we get the data downlink from Mars, and you never quite know what you're going to find. Every once in a while, Mars throws a surprise in there, and you just step back at the beginning of the day before the logistics of creating the plan for the next day set in, and you're just like, wow, this is a planet that's hundreds of millions of miles away from us. And here we are seeing this for the first time, seeing this rock related to water. What story does it hold? And going back to the theme of this session, red planet versus blue planet, the reason that I explore Mars is the question of why did Mars, once a water-rich world, it had lakes, it had rivers, it had hydrothermal systems, it may have even had an ocean in the north, why did it go from being a blue planet to a red planet? I think that's a hugely profound question, and I want to understand that, which is why I explore with rovers.
Real quick, before tell us that story about when Spirit was on that long trek and came across a rock that sort of jumped out at everyone. Because you're a planetary scientist, but you're a geochemist. What's your? Yeah,
I'm a geologist by background,
okay.
So studying rocks to learn about the planet. So Joel's alluding to a story that we were chatting about yesterday. It was one of the very first mission that I had the privilege of working on. I was still a student at the time, actually, working on the Spirit rover, which landed in Gusev Crater. It looks like Gusev Crater once held a lake. It's this, giant, more than 100-kilometer impact crater. There's a channel that goes in it. But at the particular spot that we landed, when the rover opened up its camera, took the first panoramic images, lava. Nothing but lava. Lava occasionally broken apart by impact craters. Now we want to study why Mars went from being a blue planet to a red planet. So if we're just in the middle of a lava field, this is not going to work. The only thing on the horizon, and this turned out to be one of the saving graces of the landing site for Curiosity, is that there were some hills on the horizon. A little more than a kilometer away. Now, this was a rover that was designed to last for 90 days and travel no more than 500 meters or so. But we said, we got to head for those hills. And just one day, after about 3-4 months of driving, data downlink came down, And you know what? The rock looked a little bit different. It wasn't these dark, solid, massive, angular rocks from the lavas. It was this soft-looking, very heavily eroded by the wind, these like different colored protuberances coming out that looked like minerals formed in liquid water. And sure enough, we deployed the chemistry instruments, and yes, this was our first sign of that potential lake, of that potential water on Mars, and it was just this amazing experience to see that. This is something different. This is why we explore. This is what we need to go find out next. And so that process is a really exciting one.
Fantastic. So Steve Patranick, years ago worked at the Miami Herald's Tropic magazine. Later I worked there too. Then he worked at the Washington Post magazine. Later I worked there too. So I'm kind of following him around. And Steve wrote a book, How We'll Live on Mars. And it's not like how we might live on Mars or like, how it's conceivably possible we'll live on Mars. It's like how we're going to do it. So tell us what your vision is of humans on Mars, when it's going to happen, and the scale of it.
Well, it's not my vision, first of all. It's the vision of other people, primarily, and I'm just kind of the reporter who's making people aware of this. But there's this guy on the planet named Elon Musk, and he has devoted his life to one idea. If you read the mission statement of SpaceX, it says to go to Mars and build a sustainable human colony there. That's their only mission of this company. This is a company that when it started, I was the editor of Discover magazine back in the early 2000s. And I met Elon at a conference, and I was very taken by the fact that he was trying to start a private rocket company. And everybody I talked to at NASA, I mean everybody, said this is impossible. It would take billions of dollars to do this. This guy will never be successful. We put him on the cover of Discover and said he was probably going to be successful, and he had 3 failures in a row. And then the 4th failure was successful. And now he can launch a payload into space. He resupplies the International Space Station probably more reliably and better than any other outfit that is resupplying the space station. The other one is Orbital ATK. And he builds beautiful rockets that have extraordinary reliability and can take payloads into space for 1/4 the price that conventional payloads go into space for now.
You need your mic's not working.
Oh, sorry.
You can start all over.
Yeah. We're going to Mars. The shorter version.
Yeah.
So this is a guy who he created an electric car that is the best car in the world, according to Consumer Reports, 50 years ahead of when other major car companies said you could not have significant electric vehicles. He's created a rocket company in less than 10 years that is extraordinarily successful, and he says he's going to put thousands of people on Mars. And frankly, I believe him. If he doesn't get hit by a truck, I really think this is going to happen. And it's going to take a lot of money, and it's going to be really difficult, but I'm really kind of shocked and surprised that more people can't get their heads around the reality of this.
Okay, so in the green room, you were saying 50,000 people on Mars by 2050. Has it changed since this morning when we were there? I mean, that's your...
I think that's a conservative estimate, to be perfectly frank, and that's one of the really hard numbers for people to get their heads around. People can't believe that we're going to have humans on Mars within 10 years. I think there will be humans on Mars, landed on Mars within 10 years. If Musk can build this Mars colonizer rocket that can carry 80 to 100 people at a time, and if the system that he has in mind, in which you basically have a heavy launch vehicle, a first stage that gets the spacecraft, which is actually the second stage of the rocket as well as the part of the rocket that you would live in, if he can get that refueled in orbit and then send it to Mars, he's going to be able to build a lot of these rockets at a very low cost. Now,
okay, this is a very provocative idea, and we write about it a lot at the Washington Post. I'd love to hear the other panelists weigh in on this. A, is it doable technologically and financially? I mean, is there a budget for that? Does it pencil out? But is it a good idea? I mean, is it something we actually would want to do? Bob, go ahead.
Well, I mean, exploration in any way is worth doing, but then it does boil down to costs. I'm 13th generation American, but the first to go to college and graduate. So I sort of like, and graduate from university. I don't need that tactic. So the point is that I'm sort of thinking about Joe Average and putting fun in this thing. And I know that NASA's budget is 1,000 times larger than NOAA's ocean exploration budget. So it's really money. Yes, we should do every kind of exploration we can, but I'm really focused on my own planet, knowing how little of it has been explored, that 95% of the human race lives on less than 5% of planet Earth. I would rather colonize Earth first.
Chris, what do you think?
Historically, I think we've explored for three different reasons. One is ideological, and often that's sort of not even the intent of exploration, but because we have some particular strong core belief, religious or whatever else, it leads to exploration of a place we've never been before. Or it is purely scientific. That's another reason for us to explore, and it drives historically in some of the current exploration going on. Or the main reason that we've ever explored has been financial, of course, and that's, I mean, it's why the Portuguese invented all the things they invented to get us around Africa, and then with the Spaniards across the Atlantic, and then Cabot across the North Atlantic and the Northwest Passage, and it's still driving it today to a large degree. So I'm intrigued to think, historically, if we look at 10,000 years or whatever, 300,000 for our species maybe of exploration, of those three historic drivers and the balance between the three, financial, which ends up almost always being the main discriminator, where does Mars fit into that? And I don't think it's religious-based. There's a lot of ideology in and I'm a huge fan of Elon Musk. We need Elon as one leading member of our species. He has the brains and the guts and the work ethic to do stuff that nobody else is doing. But of those three drivers for exploration, I think it's primarily his form of ideology that is pushing us towards Mars. I don't see that it's going to be financially viable. And what he's doing is not scientific. The scientific exploration of Mars doesn't involve settlement and colonization. And so I think as an ideology and as a way to motivate people, it's a wonderful idea. And it's a long-term motivator because we need our young folks to do something that hasn't been done before. But I don't think the timeline is realistic, and the technology has to move in order to support the idea.
Yeah, and just to build off of that a little bit, there's actually only the United States has successfully landed a mission on Mars and carried out robotic exploration. A Russian lander landed, existed for a couple seconds, sent back meaningless data, as I found out from reading one of your historical articles, Joel, and then failed. The European Space Agency has not yet been able to successfully land on Mars. This is hard. Elon Musk has not successfully landed on Mars, and the other thing we've not done is ever launched anything back off of the surface of Mars. So all of our rovers that we send, they've gone on a one-way trip. They explore and then they remain. I think if we were going to set out a colony, we might want some two-way traffic, at least of some supplies and material, especially if there's a financial side to this. So I think that what SpaceX is doing, what Elon Musk is doing, is tremendously important because the reusable rockets are catalyzing access to space at a cheaper cost. There's a number of companies that are pursuing this, and that's the most important catalyst, is getting that cost of access to orbit down. And I think there's also an interesting interplay with the government space agency of NASA. So there's a Space Act agreement between NASA and SpaceX that NASA will provide the communications support and relay around Mars, the tracking to SpaceX should they attempt to send a craft to Mars later in this decade. So it's this interesting public-private partnership, and certainly Elon Musk talking about this, setting these long-term goals, is really catalyzing some technological action along the way of getting humans to Mars eventually.
So I think it's important to understand there's a difference between exploring for, as Chris said, for scientific reasons and settling somewhere. And the question that comes up a lot, and Bethany and I were talking about this yesterday, is for just the exploration part, is doing it robotically enough? So we've had these incredible missions, Viking and Voyager, and right now Cassini, which is going around Saturn and diving in between the rings of Saturn and the surface of Saturn in its last few months of life. I mean, these robotic missions, New Horizons 2 years ago, which flew by Pluto, have been enormously successful. But they may not fully satisfy our desire to be there, and I'm sure that anyone who works on a Mars program would say it would be nice to have a human being there to actually pick up that rock and look what's underneath it, or dig a hole. You know what I mean? There's a limit to what you can do, and plus with the rovers, you run into like heavy sand, and then you get worried about getting stuck. It's a difficult business. And Bob, you've done exploration robotically and physically. Yeah. I mean, talk about that a little bit. Do we need to physically be there, or is it enough to have a proxy explorer?
Well, imagine if they went to the moon and looked out of a window and then flew home. We don't get out down there. Certainly at the depths that we work at, 20, 30,000 feet, it would ruin your day. So right now, during recess, if you go to nautiluslive.org, we just launched our vehicles. They're making a 9,000-foot dive down to a hydrothermal vent, and they'll be down there for a couple days. And that's the point. I lived in elevators. I spent a tremendous amount of my time, both as a naval officer in deep diving submarines and as oceanographer in deep diving submersibles. I spent 25 years going up and down. And when I dove to 20,000 feet, it took me 6.5 hours to get down, 6.5 hours to get back. That doesn't leave a lot of time at the office. So I'm all about bottom time. And since we're a private organization, we have to pinch every penny. I judge my success by cost per mile traveled on the bottom. And so the only way to do that is to use robotics. But really, if you look at humans, we've evolved ourselves into a box. Just like the koala bear can eat eucalyptus trees or panda bears eat bamboo shoots. We live, like I said, on a very small part of even planet Earth. But our spirit is indestructible and can move at the speed of light. And I basically have followed in Jim Cameron's motto of building avatars or navis that carry my spirit. And if you remember in the movie when they transferred Jake's spirit from his body into a Navi, and he woke up inside the Navi, and the first thing he did was run out the door, and they thought he'd freaked out, and they went and got him, and they said, "Why did you run?" And he said, "I wanted the wind in my face again." And that's because he was a war veteran. His body had failed him below his waist. And as soon as he woke up and he saw these legs, he didn't care. They were blue-green, and I thought they were sort of sexy, actually, and a tail. And he took off, and he wanted the wind in his face again, and he didn't care that it was in another end effector. My Hercules is my Navi. And when particularly now with more and more imagery and fooling the brain into knowing where they are, we're now moving to 4K and 6K, on and on we go. We now actually, in the new command center that we're building, my insurance company has told me I have to have people write disclaimers when they go into it, because if a shark goes by, they might have a heart attack and sue me. So I see... Hey, whether we eventually, the end effector's a clone of the human body, that gets a little scary. But no, I see it's all about moving at the speed of light and being able to transfer people out in our vehicles. We work 24 hours a day, 4 on, 8 off, and we simply move your spirit. We beam you down, Scotty.
So I just have to ask you real quick. So you went in a submarine down to the Titanic.
Yeah, the second year. We found it with robots and went down the second year.
And you landed on the deck of the Titanic. So was that cool?
That was cool. That was cool. But you know what was even cooler? Was when I had a little robot called Jason Jr. who flew off of the submarine and went down the grand staircase and went into a room and scared the crap out of me because we were down about 6 decks down inside spiritually. We were up on, our body was up on on the deck, but our robot went down and we were a little disoriented, so we followed the wall of the grand staircase, and we would go down and look and go down and look, and we looked and a light came on. Scared the living bejesus out of it.
Like a chandelier.
The light came on, and we were in the submarine. I banged the back of my head because we all went back like that. And we said, well, wait a minute, that's not us, that's the robot. Then let Mikey do it. So we then went, and it was a chandelier reflecting light back at us.
Okay, right. So Chris, I got to ask you along the same lines. So I understand that when you do a spacewalk, there's a moment where you got to step out, and I've been told that more than one astronaut has hesitated at that moment because it's a long way down. Is it scary at all? What's that like? I mean, I realize you have no fear, okay? But
well, there's a big difference between danger and fear. Of course, they aren't synonymous, although we tend to make them synonymous in the vernacular. Normally, you're afraid because you're not ready for something. So we try not to be fearful when we start a spacewalk because we spent so much time getting ready for it so that it feels familiar. We feel like it's not going to overwhelm us. It's an incredibly complex process getting ready for that moment where you open the hatch. And the words you choose are funny, to step out and down. Out and down, neither of those, and step, those aren't the right words. You are years of preparation and training underwater, in virtual reality simulators, in theoretical simulators. You've launched, you're on orbit, the day's there. You've gotten your body as ready as it can be. You put yourself inside this one-person suit. You're locked into a tiny room. We evacuate all the air out of this room. And it's thousands and thousands of steps and years of preparation. And finally, the moment is coming. And you've got all the air out of the airlock. The sound has gone quiet. And the only real sound you have, because the pressure's down to 4.3 psi in your suit and nothing around you, is your own breathing. That's all you really hear, is the quietness of your own breath. And then
the loudness of your own breath.
And you're beating hard. And you can't whistle inside the suit, actually, because the air is so thin. So it really modifies sound. And you grab the handle and turn it, and it pulls in the dogs around. And you grab this big manhole cover and push it up out of the way, push the thermal cover that's on the outside, and then pull yourself out into the universe. And that moment is one you've been dreaming of and thinking of and getting ready for technically. And it's as if you were maybe in a toilet stall sometime, and you'd finished, and you opened and you stepped out, and you're on the top of Mount Everest. And you like close the door again. I'm going, how can these two places be separated by one little bit of metal? That's memorable. I tried to, next time you're in a toilet stall, I tried to
open it slowly.
I tried to describe the experience real time because I knew it was a rare human experience. And I thought, they're going to record every word I say. So as I go outside, I am going to try and clearly articulate what's going through my mind and through my heart. And when I listen to the tape afterwards, it's so funny. It is me going, wow. And that's it.
Okay. Profound.
But it is overwhelming for multiple reasons. One, the Earth is not down. The Earth is near. The Earth is it's like Mars over there.
That one right there.
It's not below you. There's no sense of it being below you. There's no sense of falling to Earth. You can't fall to Earth. And you don't feel like you're from Earth. Just like when you look at the moon, you don't feel like you're on the moon. The moon is something in the night sky that's interesting to look at. You are separate from the Earth, and you're much more part of the universe at that point. The three-dimensionality of the enormity of the universe, that's what's around you. And you hold on tight when you go outside, with one hand holding on so tight. After a while, you relax. But that initial transition phase, I think it's psychologically stupefying, stupendous in the best sense of that word. as an early look to the rest of everything else at a deeply personal level.
Wow. Okay. So we're going to go to questions here, I think, in a minute. There's a clock here in front of me that's trying to tell me something. I'm not really sure what it means, but I think we want to get questions.
It's green, so you're okay.
Okay. The expert. But to Bethany and Steve at the end, let's talk for a second about, is it a good idea to settle Mars when we don't even really know yet the answer to the question that you posed, Bethany, which is what happened to Mars? I mean, really, what happened to Venus too? I mean, there were 3 planets in our solar system that were in the habitable zone, more or less, and Mars, it was a blue planet. So you're trying to figure out this mystery of how did this planet go south, as it were. And meanwhile, Elon wants to settle Mars with tens of thousands of people and is very committed to that. And as you said, he's a hard person to bet against because he has defied expectations multiple times. Maybe he hasn't met his deadlines. You know, he tends to overpromise on timelines, but SpaceX is a very flourishing company, and he's determined to do this. Is it a good idea? I'll just ask both of you to sort of to hash that out and tell us. Is it a good idea for all these people to go to Mars, and also with the fact that we haven't created a sustainable planet here yet?
Well, I mean, look, I'm a big supporter, actually, of sending humans to Mars for exploration. Not all people who do what I do in terms of robotic exploration are, but actually listening to Bob and to Chris, I'm a little bit jealous. You with the tactile sense and the visual sense immediately of being able to step out. You with the real-time ability to control the vehicle and to see what it sees. With Mars, and we can't get around this easily, even at the speed of light, radio transmission is delayed by 5 to 25 minutes. So we don't actually joystick the rover around. We're not truly present in the same way as explorers. There's this time lag. There's this inefficiency, this barrier to really experiencing that environment in the same way. And so I'm a fan of sending human explorers. Now, I think it's an outstanding question right now as Mars went from blue to red as to whether there still is life on Mars.
Or in Mars.
Is there life?
In Mars.
In Mars. In Mars is, I think, the better place to look.
Yep.
Yeah. Is there life on Mars now? Was there life in the past? We're exploring right now with some of the rovers. In fact, NASA is sending a rover in the year 2020 with specifically trying to begin the process of landing at a site that we think could have had life in the past to answer the was question. But any of you who have been paying attention to the news may have seen the pictures of these, what look like water seeps heading down from crater walls. We know that there's ground ice, in some cases just this much beneath the surface. And we know that the surface of Mars goes above the freezing point of water. So I think that before we send humans, we need to be careful. We need to look at this life question. We need to send robots to some of these most interesting places to see if Mars is a world with a second genesis, because that would tell us something really profound about how rare or how common life is in the universe. And so I think that's something that we need to be attentive to as we talk about plans for sending humans. We don't want to mess up this one-shot experiment at seeing if there was a second initiation of life.
Let me tell you why it's a really good idea to send people to Mars. And the whole question of whether or not you really want to colonize Mars or not is kind of a separate question from this. I agree with all the reasons that Chris gave for why we explore and why we do what we do. It is actually probably built into our DNA for 95% of the existence of the time that humans have been Homo sapiens on Earth. We have moved on beyond our present horizons into a new wilderness because we've learned as a matter of survival that is a way to stay alive. And that's actually true for humans on Earth. Within 1 million years, as our sun begins to age, it's either going to eventually throw Earth completely out of its orbit, or it's going to radiate all life on Earth to death. So if you want the human species to just not go extinct, you must become a spacefaring society. And the sooner you start that, because it's a long learning curve, The sooner you start that, the better. Mars is really, honestly, just practice for getting completely out of the solar system eventually, because even Mars will face many of the same threats that Earth faces. So Mars is not a permanent solution to keeping humans alive forever. But
let me stop you, Steve, for 1 second. I mean, because this is a topic we addressed in the cover story on Mars that ran in National Geographic last year. I mean, I understand the desire to keep human life going, but the Earth has, millions and millions of species. It's a whole biosphere. It seems like that if we somehow ruined Earth, but humans survived, that's not a big win.
I think that's I think that's completely the wrong way to look at it.
Okay, he says the wrong way to look at it. Go ahead.
It's the wrong way to look at it. Look, we're not abandoning Earth. We're not going to leave Earth and everybody's going to go to Mars. That's not the point. The point is to develop the expertise to be able to move on interplanetarily and eventually solar system-wise. That makes a lot of sense for humans. We all think that technology is magical and it just moves ahead all by itself and it just keeps getting better and better. But pull out your iPhone 7 and look at an iPhone 4. It's basically the same machine. The only thing that moves technology is a push. And if we send humans to Mars, the technological push that is necessary is going to do the same kind of things that happened in the 60s with the Apollo program. I don't think most people realize just how much of the technology that's around you all the time now either came out of World War II, when there was a huge push in technology, or in the Apollo program. And that, learning to go to Mars and keeping humans alive on Mars will actually allow us to get much better at controlling our own planet and understanding our own planet, and will give us technological tools we don't have now that will be really important in the future. And I might just point out one other thing about the exploration of Mars by humans. A good scientist said recently that a human could do in 2 hours on Mars in exploration what the Curiosity rover could do in 2 days. But there's another reason that's really important that's behind this, which is that I'll leave it at that.
So I just want to point out that here in D.C. in the summertime it gets really hot and humid like it is today, and people complain endlessly about the weather here. Mars is not nicer. Trust me. Okay, it is not. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Do you want an audience at 5?
Okay, we got to do the audience. Okay, how about some questions? Do we have a mic for people?
Moderator with the moderator.
He's in charge. Okay.
There's a microphone.
I'm just reading what it says right there.
Okay.
Now our time's counting up. This is good.
But let's do a question right here in the audience first.
A question for Bob. Bob, you just touched on very quickly the 52% of America that has water or is underwater, or would you expound on that? I didn't quite follow that.
Well, this was the Law of the Sea Convention, where nations extended their jurisdiction out over the land, not necessarily the water column, to 200 miles. It's called our Exclusive Economic Zone, or EEZ. And there is within that, America has the largest EEZ. The second largest is France because of all the Polynesian islands. The third largest is Australia. And the fourth is Kiribati because of all their islands. So there is a land grab going on. We did an article a year or so ago in the magazine called The New America. And it also says that if you can prove your continental shelf goes beyond 200 miles, you can claim that as well. And so many nations are now going into the United Nations, making their claims to extend their continental shelf and pick up more land. The United States is not allowed to do that because we have a certain group of people blocking us from ratifying the Law of the Sea Convention. So America is the only, seems to be standing more and more alone, isn't it? Is the only nation that has, in the Western world, that has not ratified the Law of the Sea Convention. So we're leaving a lot of money on the table. But anyway, so there's a tremendous amount of real estate out there. And in fact, that's what our program with NOAA is to map the New America, just like Lewis and Clark did, although we're doing it differently than Lewis and Clark, because I've mandated that 55% of our Corps will be women in positions of leadership and authority. And in fact, when you go to our expedition right now, you'll see the expedition leader is Allison Fundis, one of our top explorers. And so that is the exclusive economic zone, and we're doing work not only in looking for resources, but marine sanctuaries. A big part of the EEZ is the creation of marine sanctuaries as nurseries for the future fisheries of the world. So it's not much different than how we explored the Lewis and Clark Louisiana Purchase, and from that came all sorts of things. Yellowstone Park, it also came wheat and fields and renewable resources. So that's what's happening right now, so let's to understand what we own under the water.
So following up on that question, so on Facebook, Patricia asks, what's stopping us from exploring deeper parts of the ocean? You mentioned that the NOAA budget is a small fraction of the NASA budget. Do we not invest in that?
It's a small budget. Its budget is $36 million.
NASA's budget is small too.
Okay.
I think a little larger than 36 million. I think it's in billions.
So we got, how about we go on this side of the room right here? This gentleman has a question. And then we'll do you next over there.
My question is to any one member of the panel. If in fact we discovered that life existed, does exist, or had existed on Mars, life as we know it, how would we know whether or not that life developed independently on the two planets or was otherwise spread through debris landing from asteroid impacts from going from one planet to the other?
So yeah, Bethany,
that's a great question, and in fact, there's a name for that in various forms called Panspermia. That is one single genesis and then spreading outward to the multiple places. And there is a great basis for this because we know that Mars and the Earth exchange materials. We have meteorites from Mars that are on Earth, likewise, but at a lower probability due to Earth's heavier gravity and atmosphere. Material from Earth can get to Mars. So the first thing that we would want to do if we found biochemical material that looked like it could be life, or if we found something that was alive, would be to figure out, well, first of all, does this match anything that we brought on our spacecraft? Did we bring it with us in a modern sense? Now, all efforts are made to minimize the amount of any biomatter that we bring to Mars, but that would be the first question. And we'd compare it to, swabs of material that were taken when the spacecraft was being built. The second question would be the one that you're asking, which is this part of some exchange that maybe happened long ago? That's an intriguing question. I think, to really answer that well, we'd need something like DNA. If it had DNA, we could sequence it, see if it slotted in somewhere on the tree of life of 16S RNA that's built up the relationships of species that we see on this planet. That would be the first go-to. I actually, though, just to put this in perspective, I have a colleague at Caltech, Joe Kirschfink, who likes to say, I think we're Martians. Mars, during its first billion years of its history, in many ways was equally as habitable as Earth. And it's quite a lot easier for Mars to send its material to Earth. So Joe's outrageous hypothesis is that maybe we all eventually came from Mars.
Well, it was hit a pretty big meteorite 500 million years ago.
Lots of beatings from meteorites.
And suddenly things happened on Earth.
Yeah.
There's more. He's not alone.
So the bottom line is I think this is a really interesting question, and it's also an important question as we find these exoplanets, these terrestrial worlds that look like they're in the zone that Earth, Mars, Venus occupy. How likely is there life there? Well, we only have one data point so far of how common life is, and so I think it's a tremendously important question to explore this, to look on the places on Mars where we think there might be life, to try to start answering that very question.
Well, most of us are betting that there's life pervasively throughout the universe.
That's the sort of optimistic view.
I'm confident, and I'm confident that maybe in my lifetime, when we fly through Enceladus, geysers, or get to Europa, I'm confident within a very short period of time, we're going to find life within our own solar system.
We've got a few places to look in this solar system. We've got to look at the most water-rich areas on Mars yet. So far, we've not landed at these at these areas yet. So we've got to go there to look. And then there are, as it will be talked about later in the day, actually, there are ocean worlds where beneath an ice shell, there's an entire liquid water ocean that could potentially
I just want to get it over with.
Yeah, I want to
Because they're not going to be very smart.
So if there is life in that subsurface ocean on Enceladus or Europa, would it be like Earth life? Would it be DNA based? I mean, would it and if we did take a sample of it and brought it back to Earth, would that be safe?
Ooh. So, okay, there's a lot of questions
movie, The
embedded in
Andromeda
there.
Strain. Who remembers that movie? I don't know.
Andromeda Strain, yeah. Well, the first thing we would do is probably not bring it back because, well, first of all, technologically, it's challenging to return anything from Mars or from an icy world in the outer solar system. We haven't done it yet. So what we're investing the funds in is the ability to do life detection in situ, on site. Can we find it right there?
Or do it on a lab on the moon.
Bring it to the moon. So then the next step, should we find something interesting and be like, we need to take a little bit closer look at it. Maybe we do the lab on the moon or the lab in Earth orbit in order to
Please don't bring it to the space station.
Avoid the, no, that's okay.
We had a question over here. Do you want to ask a question? We have a mic over here.
Maybe do Facebook while you're waiting.
Yeah, okay. And on Facebook, Diane asks, what should we teach children about the importance of conservation of this planet? Based on the research you do, what have you learned that children ought to be taught?
Well, I'll maybe jump in and say that I think there's two things that I would emphasize. One is the importance of exploration and curiosity, but two, with regard to conservation, as someone who's a planetary geologist who studies other worlds for a living, you really start to realize how special that this particular planet is. It's the only one in the solar system and the only one in the universe we know right now that has managed to sustain an environment that could have supported life for 4 billion years continuously. And this seems to be really special and really rare and worth protecting.
Yeah, and although I haven't given up on the human race, but I am worried about it. I'm not worried about Earth. I'm sure it'll be around in a few billion years, cooking away. May have picked a froglet next time to try it. But I think the single most important thing the human race can do to save itself is the empowerment of women.
You want to expand on that? I mean,
the average age of a mother on planet Earth, I think, is 18. And as you empower a woman, that population collapses in third world countries through empowerment. And it can be a sewing machine, it can be any kind of investment, microloans, and you see a significant impact upon birth rates. And we're a planet with a scuba tank on our back and a regulator in our mouth, and we're sucking on that tank.
We're all breathing out of the same
tank. And we're all on that same tank. And we cannot let Jared Diamond's book Collapse come to truth. If we don't do it, Mother Nature will take us out.
The head of the Glenn Space Center is Janet Cavendi. The head of the Johnson Space Center is Ellen Ochoa. And the commander of the International Space Station is Peggy Whitson right now.
And get them out to the young women of the world.
Very good. You have a question? Stand up, please.
Would it be possible to use origami folding principles to create a spacecraft that could travel to Mars to collect samples and bring them back, and also bring materials to service the rovers?
Yeah, origami folding principles.
Could you repeat the question?
Right, so that was the question, right?
Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about, because I've seen a number of folks, including some of the National Geographic explorers, who build these amazing machines and robots that actually you can pack them in a folded up way, but then when you get to your destination, you can deploy them out sort of origami style into their full configuration. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, so the question is, can we use this in the exploration of Mars to bring back samples? I think potentially, yes. I think there's some things that'll be hard to collapse, like the fuel tanks of the rockets, for example. But I think in other cases, it would be great to be able to, we already do actually a sort of origami folding job with the rover, because the rover actually has to fit into a capsule to do the entry through the Mars atmosphere, and then it sort of unfolds itself and stands up and deploys. So we already do that in a way. I would love to see some sort of a creative mission. Maybe it'll be led by someone like you, who has a whole bunch of small vehicles packed really compactly and efficiently, and then not only do we land them, but they can all then go different directions and be controlled by different people at different universities to explore different things. I think that would be a really fun idea.
Nice.
There's a mission underway right now.
For recovery from an asteroid. It was launched last September, and it's going to land on an asteroid between Mars and Jupiter in 2018, and it's going to, at a quarter of a mile an hour, descend to the asteroid, pick up a chunk of the asteroid, put it in a container, and send it back to Earth, and it's going to land in the Southwest in the desert in 2023. So we know how to do this already.
So here's a question from YouTube, from Patricia, who asks, how much do we need to know about Mars before we colonize it? Steve, maybe you could address the issue of, do we know how to make resources on Mars that can sustain people?
Or the atmosphere.
The thinking in NASA now is that you need to make whatever you need on Mars instead of taking it to Mars, because it's so expensive to take stuff to Mars. You need food, water, shelter, and clothing to exist on Earth, and you need food, water, shelter, clothing, and oxygen to exist on Mars. There will be a device on the next Curiosity rover launching in 2020. They can take the Martian atmosphere of CO2, and if you think carefully about CO2, it's 78% oxygen. Strip off the carbon molecule. It's a machine called MOXIE. And it will strip off the carbon molecule and make oxygen. Eventually, this machine is supposed to be scaled up by a factor of 100 so that it will be sent to Mars and it will start making oxygen and storing it in tanks so that it can be used as an oxidizer fuel to return a rocket mission from Mars eventually.
So Chris, when you're on the space station, though, you're 3 hours from home, correct? Something like that. I mean,
less, yep.
Yeah, I mean, and as I understand it, things don't always work as planned. Like stuff breaks, filters get clogged. I mean, speak about that.
Sometimes even worse than filters getting clogged. Yeah.
I mean, is right now with our technology, do we have the life support technology to do a Mars mission, or do we need to be a little more incremental in going that way, considering that things do go wrong?
I think historically, if you look at our pattern of exploration, we've repeated it as many times as we can look back. And that is, we have an idea of some place we haven't been yet, and then we send out a probe. And the probe has taken all different forms. You know, your eldest child was a probe thousands of years ago. Send out, or a pissed off teenager. Like, I can't stand it here. And they go probe somewhere that we've never been before because their parents are idiots. And if that place is uninhabitable, they come back. If it's habitable, they stay. But that's how we got from the Rift Valley to Tasmania. And we used the best of the technology, sending out probes. But initially we would probe, and then when we found a place that had some reason to stay there, then we would switch from exploration to settlement. And we've been doing that two-dimensionally for a long time. We've started in the probing phase three-dimensionally really since I was born. 57 was Sputnik, and then early 60s with people. So we've started probing. We sent probes to orbit, and then we sent probes with people on board as far as the moon. We've sent unmanned probes right across the solar system. We started colonizing and settling in space really as a species with the space station 16 and a half years ago. We started colonizing somewhere besides the surface of the Earth half of one generation ago. And it's really hard. Every single one of those probes, lots of them died out, you know, when they started to colonize. They got the Vikings into North America, some of the early settlements here, 18,000 years ago when they started coming across through Alaska. But that's been our pattern. You repeated it in Antarctica over the last 125 years. So I think that's the natural pattern we're going to go through in space exploration, switching from probing to colonization, and we will leapfrog from the space station, another generation or so there, to the moon, because we're going to get it wrong more than we get it right, and we have to allow ourselves not to kill everybody every time. And eventually, we'll sort it out enough, and we'll have learned enough that just like we did everywhere two-dimensionally, that we can go even further. I'm completely supportive of the long-term goal of making Mars part of one of the places that we have explored and colonized. But it's going to take time, and it's going to have to allow for the filters to clog quite a bit.
So here's a question from Facebook from Marty. She says, I'm 64 years old. What can I hope to see in my lifetime?
That's the oldest person on Earth is 117. So Marty, you got a lot of life left ahead of you.
Right.
Loads of time.
So I think the generation of kids in middle schools right now will explore more of Earth than all previous generations combined. So that's one generation we're going to learn a hell of a lot about our planet. And I'm very excited to see what they learn. I hope I'm around. I'm 10 years older than you, Marty. Actually 11.
And I think out in space, you're going to see a few things. You're going to see more countries start to do space exploration. Korea is about to send a mission to the moon. The United Arab Emirates actually has plans to send an orbiter to Mars in 2020. So you're going to see more and more of this planet participating in the exploration of beyond. I think you'll see the first private company land a robotic mission on the moon. And I hope that with prodding of folks like Elon Musk, that we get to see humans on Mars in your lifetime. But I think certainly we can see you map the entire ocean floor, right? By the time of...
I would hope so.
I think one of the big surprises will be that space will be the next big business. You've got companies like Planetary Resources that are already planning to mine asteroids. This stuff is real. I mean, everybody's trying to get into space all of a sudden. And many countries, both China and Russia, have planned missions to Mars for humans to go to Mars within the next 20 or 30 years.
Chris, what do you think is going to be in the next 30 years? You think back to the moon before we go to Mars?
Two of the biggest strides we've made within the last couple of generations is incredible increases in our ability to transport ourselves around and to transport information around. And that combination has accelerated the pace of discovery and accelerated our ability to exchange ideas. And anybody can pull a smartphone out of your pocket, and you have access to basically the whole library of Alexandria. And you can communicate with anybody on Earth, pretty much. And that accelerating pace and ability to discover, when you compare to, I mean, Magellan was the first circumnavigation of the world. That was in, 1519, 500 years. So that's only 15 generations ago, right? That's not very long ago. And yet, they took 3 years and killed almost everybody and lost 4 out of their 5 ships. And they really didn't have any idea even what the diameter and the circumference of the world was. In 1999, we launched a space shuttle and we mapped the entire world in 12 days, down to resolution as wide as these chairs on the stage. We mapped the entire world three-dimensionally in a week and a half.
That you could see.
Yeah, of course, yeah, but.
That's 28%.
I mean, it's a good start.
It's a good start. Why'd you stop?
So I think in order to make good decisions, you need to first know that something exists, and then you need to care about it. And I think going back to those other two questions, the changes that are going to come, if you spend your entire life within the Beltway, you have an extremely distorted view of the world.
Uh-oh.
No, but I mean, just no matter where you live, if you don't know that the other places exist, there's not a chance you'll care about them, and therefore they won't affect any of your personal or more public decision making. And I think one of the big benefits of our improved technology and the way to communicate, for the first time, it gives us a chance to actually share that understanding and therefore share a care about this place and therefore start to make decisions together that we really need to make as a species and not just as individual pockets.
So Bob, help me understand what they mean when they say, please wrap up. What is that?
You got 19 seconds, kid.
Okay. Listen, thanks everyone for listening to this. I really enjoyed it. I hope you learned as much as I did. And thank you, panel. I mean, amazing folks. Give them a big hand.
Good job, panel. Good job, panel.
All right. We're good? All right.
You're very well spoken.
So we have originally scheduled a 15-minute break, but they decided they're going to just do math, some differential equations for the next 15 minutes for you to sit through while you think about having to run to the bathroom for morning coffee. But we'll be back at exactly 11 o'clock. Because we're live streaming, things will be tight. So it's about 15 minutes of Earth minutes, not light years, not anything else. So please see you again in 15 minutes.
Look at him right here. God, he's big. Whoa, look at the size of that animal. Coming right at us.
I am in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, which over the last few years has become sort of great white shark central.
Man, look at all the seals. That explains everything, doesn't it? Wow.
I have spent over 5 months trying to figure out how to make a photograph underwater in Cape Cod of great white sharks.
Right now we're just offshore here. This is the area where the shark was hunting.
Look at him, he's right there. Holy God, look at him.
Come on, man, just smile. Come up to the back. Now he's going inshore.
Damn it. What I've ultimately done was worked with researchers who had begun to design seal decoys as a way of attracting the sharks.
Yeah. Holy God, look at him! Oh, yeah.
Yep, it's just deep. He's about his eye.
Damn!
Really. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I had the idea of trying to modify their decoys with cameras. We created a wireless trigger system. I could remotely fire the camera from the boat.
Put her in.
There's 3 sharks within our boat radius here, right in here.
Boy, is that nice. Look at how close he is. Nice shallow water. Kids are freaking out.
People have no idea just how close these sharks are to the beach. I mean, you could wade in and bump into one of these animals.
We have a shark coming from the south, coming north, and we're going to put one of our research decoys in and see if we can observe a predation in what is now about 15 feet of water.
There he is. He's coming. Come on, that's it.
So
Come on.
I see him.
Oh. Holy.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, yes. 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 Man, right at us. I mean, he came right like this. Man, that was sweet. We might have a picture. That's what I've been thinking about all winter.
This particular photo, it was crystal clear. You can see deep into the animal's eye. You can see this sort of smile that these sharks have. But this animal also had some scratches on its face that I can only presume were caused maybe by an attack on a seal. We nicknamed it Mike Tyson because it had like a face tattoo. I wanted to create this sort of intimate portrait of one of these animals. I wanted to put a face on this shadowy creature that has been portrayed as a monster and show what they look like. To my knowledge, this is the first time a high quality or high resolution still photograph of a great white shark in Cape Cod waters has ever been produced, has ever been made. It took many months and, you know, a lot of gray hair to figure out how to do it, but it finally was achieved.
It's part of mankind to want to explore. You're tremendously curious about the world and you want to understand it better. You can't turn yourself off. I wanted to be able to go into any kind of environment, work with any kind of people. We realized that there were people building structures at altitudes that hadn't even been reached until about 400 years later. What's unusual about the Andes is it's one of the few places in the world where you can get items so well preserved that many of them can look like they're new. And that includes frozen mummies. These mummies are virtually perfectly preserved, so there is literally a real time capsule. The Incas solved problems that mountaineers didn't solve until 400 years later, so they were way ahead of their time, certainly the first climbers. The reason that we study high-altitude archaeology and why it's so important is to see this kind of link with the past. At a very young age, I saw myself as an explorer. And I'm never going to stop trying to solve mysteries.
We humans have always had a knack for ingenuity.
It works.
Especially when we push the boundaries of what we know and how we explore. To see what others have missed.
In 16 drops, we found 8 new species of fish.
And discover what was in front of us all along.
You got the fossil, huh?
When we take things apart, turn things upside down, and build our own tools when what we need doesn't exist. When we find new uses for old technology, or unlock old secrets with new technology. When we challenge, push, create, we can change the world together. Because amazing things happen when we all put our minds to it.
If you have an entire planet to explore, where do you go? Mars is a place where we can get rovers on the ground, but what is the one site that will tell us the most about Mars? So first, can we land there? Is it safe? Second, do we want to land there? And is this the best site for this mission? And third, once we get there, what exactly do we do? And what if our rover lasts longer than we expect? What do we do next? How do we keep exploring? There are many reasons that we want to go to Mars. The first big one is, why did Mars transition from what was once a warmer, wetter world to the cold, dry planet we see today? The other is, could Mars host habitats even today? We could go to a former lake, we could go to a deep canyon, we could go to an ancient volcano. Once the specific area is narrowed down, that's where the detailed assessment really begins. We need to absolutely get the landing site process right in terms of safety. Every pixel in the highest resolution images that we have on the surface is scrutinized for rocks that might be challenging to the landing system or obstacles that might inhibit rover driving. But there is no wrong choice from a science perspective. We will learn something wherever we are. It's just some choices could be more right than others in terms of the big picture understanding of Mars history or evidence for past life.
Countdown for the MA7 launch is now T-minus 5 minutes and counting.
It's 1962, and that's Scott Carpenter.
0.
Scott became the second American to orbit our planet, hurtling through space at some 17,000 miles an hour, with nothing but the tiny Mercury capsule between him and oblivion. But what makes Carpenter truly unique is what happens after his spacecraft lands in the Atlantic. Scott never returns to space. Instead, he becomes a pioneer in deep-sea exploration. Since the 60s, various undersea laboratories and habitats have come and gone. Meanwhile, astronauts have lived more than a year in Earth's orbit. The future of each frontier is forever linked, and they have more in common than you might expect. Oxygen, fuel, atmospheric pressure, these challenges are consistent. Under the waves, we're faced with the corrosive effects of salt water. While in space, the temperatures vary from deadly to fatal. As the conversation about a colony on Mars slowly shifts from theoretical to possible, the idea of living under the sea has also been given new life. But which objective makes the most sense? Should Mars come first? Or should we be building a colony at the bottom of the ocean? Pushing into either frontier provides scientific advancement, while satisfying humankind's need to explore. 7 million miles away, or 30 miles below the ocean, chances are, wherever we decide to build condos, it's going to be difficult.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Explorers Festival stage, our host, National Geographic explorer Kenny Broad.
Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Before we start, did you hear the voice of God? She tried to kill me. Really, and on this stage, we did a Facebook Live thing, and about an hour after, I went into full anaphylactic shock and had to get rushed to Sibley Hospital because of the makeup she put on me. So it's like weird to hear what, but she's a very close friend of mine. She might even be here, and I don't want to say her name, Carolyn. Wherever you are, Bromwell. And I have her phone number also. No, it was not on purpose, but it was, it's dangerous being a National Geographic explorer, clearly. Anyway, panel 2, a new human tide, and as this thing's been set up as red versus blue, kind of this, we like to manufacture controversy in this day and age in the media, and I was trying to think about, what introductions and thinking about contrast and competition, and all I could keep coming up with was similarities between the two extreme environments. And I started looking through some of my old photos to try to illustrate some of these similarities. I mean, the first one, here's a shot of deep space. And here's a shot of the deep ocean. I took these myself. And how I become a National Geographic photographer, it's so hard, right? But anyway, this is actually, you're getting a sneak preview of the upcoming August issue of National Geographic. And I look at this, if we think about the similarities, if you go back, historically, and I mean billions of years historically, all the water that we have here on Earth, basically oxygen, hydrogen molecules smashing into each other, inner dust stellar clouds forming in the Milky Way, and some of that, cosmic juice, water, got trapped here on Earth. All the water we have, we can thank space, so they're intricately connected. Another, you might have seen, this is the new July issue, and I was looking at this and I was thinking, if you took away all the text, could you really tell whether that was a cosmonaut or an aquanaut? Really, these environments give us imagery that are just otherworldly. this, hard to tell, are these gaseous rings around one of the planets, or that's actually from my last trip to Burning Man. Yeah, no. But this is in a cave that we dive in, and those, what you see there, that pink, that's the pigments in the bacteria. They're that numerous that live in this poisonous hydrogen sulfide layer about 20 meters down as you start to enter the cave, and the white is the elemental sulfur. And you can smell the hydrogen sulfide as you're going down. And I worked there a lot with Jennifer McAlady, who's an astrobiologist. So she's interested in learning what can live in this extreme form of life, no oxygen, poisonous gases. One, it can tell us about the ancient oceans and what life evolved out of, but what are the boundaries of life that may be in other planets, extremophile forms? And we dive through this stuff. There is risk. We didn't get any clear answer from any physiologists. What does it mean? We probably did hundreds of dives in there over time. And there was sort of anecdotal evidence, and it's working for National Geographic. This is actually what I used to look like when I started working here. And then after the hydrogen sulfide stuff, there was all sorts of strange kind of reactions. But anyway, we're back. But anyhow, we can go to space and learn about our origins, and we can learn about what might be living in space here in our ocean. So our next moderator is amazing, has kind of a dizzying resume of things she's written about and her interests. Nadia Drake, for those sort of uber math nerds out there. Her father, Frank Drake, you may know, was a famous astronomer and astrophysicist for the Drake equation. So it's something genetic. I mean, I know she grew up surrounded by telescopes. When my parents said, don't throw that rock, her dad's like, don't throw that asteroid piece, which is what she grew up around. But she's been a contributor to National Geographic, but she was a professional dancer. She then got a PhD studying epigenetics at Cornell University. She has an amazing blog here through National Geographic, No Place Like Home. What was very critical, and I asked her, what do you want me to emphasize? She loves spiders and Iapetus, which is one of the moons around Saturn, and she's dedicated to writing a story that combines the two of those. So please give a warm welcome to Nadia Drake. All right, Nadia. Okay.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Hi. So for as long as we've been on this planet, humans have moved around. We're not particularly good at staying put. Perhaps my resume kind of suggests that about me. We have walked across deserts and climbed over mountains. We've slipped through forests and set sail for faraway shores. And in the process, we've ended up living in some fairly unlikely and extreme places. For thousands of years, the oceans have helped us travel, and the stars have helped show us where we are. But now, the seas and the stars are no longer merely tools. They're destinations, and perhaps are the next places that we might not only visit, but live. Technologies are making it possible for us to do this, to settle the surface of Mars, as you heard a little bit about in the last panel, and perhaps to move into or onto the oceans. But is it really a good idea to unleash a new tide of humanity upon an otherwise unsuspecting planet that might have life forms of its own? And just because we can live in or on the seas, should we do it? And if we do decide to let humanity reach even farther from home, is it important to think about how we do that in a way that doesn't damage the places we're moving into? I expect that our panelists, an architect, an astronomer, an aquapreneur, and an oceanographer will have a few things to say about these and other questions, so let's bring them out. So I'm just going to introduce them quickly. So over here we have Joe Quirk. Joe is an author and aquapreneur who is working with the Seasteading Institute to establish free-floating, politically autonomous communities atop the world's oceans. His company, Blue Frontier, just signed a contract with French Polynesia to build the first of these seasteads by 2020. Next, we have Constance Adams, who just came back from Mars in Utah, that is, where she was at a Mars Analog Research Station, which I realize is it's also an acronym for Mars. Mars Analog Research Station, Mars. Whatever. Constance is a space architect and a human factors engineer and a National Geographic emerging explorer. And she has designed habitats for deep space travel, for the surface of Mars, and for Earth orbit. Then we have Lucienne Walkowicz, who is a multimedia artist and astronomer at the Adler Planetarium in Chicago. She studies the ethics of Mars exploration, as well as the roles that stars play in making planets suitable for alien life. And next to me, we have Alan Leonardi, who is currently directing the Office of Ocean Exploration and Research for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So thank you all for joining us. And I would like to dive right in and ask you a question that I hope will be a little bit provocative. If you could sketch out an answer in a couple of minutes, that would be great. We'll do our best to stick to time. So current technologies have put us in a better position than ever before in human history to seriously consider living in places like space or the oceans. And my question to you is, should we do this? Let's start with Alan.
That's a great question. Certainly the technology is there. We're at this wonderful confluence in time where communications technology, computational technology, engineering, materials resources really can make all of this possible, whether it's in space or on other planets or on the bottom of the ocean. The reality is that I think from a human ingenuity perspective, from a courageousness perspective, we need to at least try. Maybe it's not something we want to do permanently, but the attempt to do it would be good for all of humanity. It would continue to advance our state of understanding of not just this planet, but the solar system in general. It would advance engineering, it would advance material science, which always has natural and derived benefits on this planet for us today and for our future generations. So it's at least worth trying. I'll leave it as an open question about whether or not we should colonize these places permanently.
Okay. Lucienne?
You know, I think it's a great point that technology is making so much of these living at the boundaries of what we would consider habitable places for humanity possible. And also that technology grows as a function of us trying to live in these otherwise hostile environments. But the thing about technology is that it's not magic, right? It's fundamentally, human technology is a fundamentally human thing. And therefore, it's neither good nor bad and can be deployed in a variety of ways. And so to me, it's not just about the should, it's about the how we do it, because we could choose to do it in any variety of ways with any mixture of those motives we heard about in the first panel. And so, you know, I think that we have a great deal to gain from living in these environments and from exploring them, but I think we also have a great deal to lose.
Okay. Are we doing this in order? Okay. So, I mean, I'd like to spring on that. You know, it's not just that technology is something that is derived. I feel that technology is really almost the essence of what the human's role in the biosphere is, the combination of techne and logos. You know, there are many intelligent species. But the techne part is the complicated part, and it's where we trip ourselves up. But all this technology that we have, it didn't just happen. Like, we made it exploring. And we talk about extremophile bacteria. We're extremophiles. You know, we arrived on this planet on the head of a comet, along with all of the rest of the life forms here. And we were shielded from radiation by the hydrogen and the water ice that the comet encompassed. And all of the other planets probably, certainly a lot of them, it had visitors similar to us, and they may not have managed to make something of themselves, or they did it in ways that we don't yet understand and can't perceive. So I think that movement is almost not even something we can decide about or choose. It seems to be
inherently a component of the biosphere. I mean, any living thing has to reproduce, right? So if you think about it from that point of view, then the idea of terraforming is something necessary. That being said, my profession in space architecture has enabled me, just a regular architect, to learn about, when you're studying an entire universe that fits inside a fraction of this room. What you learn about the interactions of chemicals and various systems is extremely useful. Space for Earth, I mean, there are no plastics on space station of the kind that we're used to using all day long.
Why is that? Because
they would kill everybody. And so why are we still using them here? I mean, these are lessons that we have to learn. I think going to Mars, I'm behind mainly from the point of view of A, what we would learn in general, and B, our being able to learn to live sustainably on this fabulous planet.
So space for Earth.
Space for Earth.
I think the reason Mars moved from a blue planet to a red planet is the Martians used up their oxygen and water and moved on and left it behind. And that's what I feel like people are talking about doing now. So I think we need to save this planet, and seasteaders bring a unique solution that one of the ways to save the oceans is to live on it. People want to go to Mars by 2050. We're going to start seasteading, which is homesteading the high seas, by 2020. As you pointed out, we signed an agreement with French Polynesia. We're going to start building sustainable floating platforms that will allow people around the world to adapt organically to sea level change. And there are many ways that these cities can be environmentally restorative, and I talk about them a lot in my book. So I think we got to do oceans first, space second. Half the Earth's surface is unclaimed by any state. Over 2/3 of the Earth's surface is ocean. We don't live on planet Earth, we live on planet ocean, and we need to explore the other half of our planet, 2/3 of it. We know more about the surface of Mars than we know about the ocean floor. And the oceans is the source of all life. We can solve our problems by colonizing the seas, the problems you care about and came here for.
So Joe, that seems a little counterintuitive to me that by moving onto the ocean, we can actually help save it, because it seems like the oceans are in such terrible shape right now, and probably the last thing they want is more humans. So how do you envision seasteading to actually contribute to the health of the ocean?
So right now, the greatest threat to the oceans is us living on land and treating the oceans as a toilet. The oceans are a giant commons that nobody is incentivized to take care of because we just don't see it. It's over there. In the short term, seasteading will be a response to sea level change that will allow people to adjust as time goes by. The island nations we're talking with, like Kiribati and French Polynesia, are in great danger of sinking by the end of this century. What seasteading requires us to fundamentally rethink our intuitions about what cities are and what people are and how they harm the oceans. So if you live in a coastal city, you rely on wheat, corn, and soy. Your nutrient pollution gets dumped into the oceans, and that's very bad for marine mammals. I wrote a whole book about that. If you're floating on the oceans and you're using seaweed to draw those nutrients out of the oceans, you can actually eat to restore the environment. A lot of people don't know most of the oceans are a desert. Most of the oceans, most of the nutrients are beneath where photosynthesis can engage. By setting permanent platforms out there, you can provide a home for sea life, animals attached to it. You can draw up nutrients from the deep ocean depths and have vast seaweed and algae farms out on the ocean. Imagine if your cities increased the amount of greenery on the ocean. There are numerous solutions that can be used by utilizing the ancient power of the sea, and we need to rethink our priorities. Instead of running away and going to Mars, I think we should go to the source of all life, the oceans, and become Homo aquaticus.
Can I jump in on this a little bit?
Absolutely.
Because I've got to say, the ocean is, the life support system, right? The key, the life support system of Earth. And not just from an evolutionary point of view, but it is now. And what I, began learning about from the Advanced Life Support team at NASA Johnson Space Center is the extent to which people thinking about a robust human mission, just a one-year mission on the surface, are realizing that the most efficient way to keep people alive anywhere is to mimic those systems and the way that the ocean does business. And so, what I found is that researching the kind of advanced bioregenerative life support we would need to go to Mars is in fact putting a lot of people in a position of greater awareness of how delicate the balance is in the ocean systems and appreciation of it. So I certainly don't disagree that getting a better grip on what the ocean is about and how we can live in a good way with it would certainly be super helpful to going anywhere else. And again, so I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, I guess, the possibilities of using some of these technologies to make our lives in general more sustainable, I think, is very, very exciting. But, you point out we live on the land and we treat the ocean like a toilet. We live on the land and we treat the land like a toilet. Yes. The danger sometimes, I think, is that there's this magical thinking. And, I surf, I paddleboard, I love me a floating platform. But it is, as magical as it might be from an experience point of view, it's not something that changes fundamentally how we interact with our environment. So while it pushes new technologies that can help us ahead, simply going and building on the sea, doesn't guarantee that you don't, and I say this as a New Yorker with no offense, end up like Staten Island.
I think it does. We're gonna have to rethink. Staten Island is not sustainable. It uses the land. We use the food that we grow on the ocean, on the land, and then we dump that into the oceans, which is bad for the oceans. The way we're living now is bad for the oceans. We're breathing oxygen right now produced by algae on the ocean. This morning I brushed my teeth. There's algae food in my toothbrush. It's in my coffee creamer. It's in my peanut butter. It was in the beer I ate last night. So algae is what sustains the world. It sustains a lot of the food we eat. And living on the oceans is fundamentally, potentially a restorative way of building cities, of using the technologies of marine engineering to build sustainable cities. And I can go into more detail if you want, but it's fundamentally different than Staten Island.
So, the oceans are not Staten Island.
Yeah, I'm from there.
I love you, Staten
I was going to say, why are we slamming Staten Island? What did
As
it do to
I
us
said,
today?
we've ended up living in some unlikely and kind of extreme places. I love you, Staten Island, too. I want to go back to something that Constance said, which is that when we're thinking about designing systems for space, we often use the ocean as an analog. And so we think about, how are we going to live underwater, because you're also going to need a closed system. And my question actually is for Alan, because we've spoken about this a little bit, but the idea of ocean exploration and potential settlement being used as an analog for anything but ocean exploration and potential settlement, why do you think that is? Why is it that the oceans are like step one in a journey to space?
Because they are an analog. You can go to many places on this planet that are very analogous in terms of extreme conditions, or ice formation, or water formation, hydrothermal features, and things like that. They are a direct analog. And they're the analog that we have right here in our backyard. They're the one that we can come to fairly easily. We can test things out in an experiential perspective. We can design tools and techniques to allow us to survive in the ocean habitat. The astronauts all have trained in some ocean environment at some point in time. Mm-hmm. Okay? The analog is the one that we have here. Mm-hmm. It's accessible, and you can take greater risks on testing out tools, technologies, equipments in the ocean without risking human life sending them to space. We do the same thing with robots when we send them to space, right? We test things out here first. Mm-hmm. The analogs are here. We have deserts, we have oceans, we have glaciers. It's all here. We, of course, also have the benefit of having oxygen, water, and protein as well.
We were speaking about the relative amount of investment that's made in space exploration and ocean exploration. I'm wondering if you can run through those calculations for the audience, because I was quite stunned by the difference.
So there are some really interesting numbers, and I want to preface this by saying that space exploration is key. We have to do this. It's really important for us as humanity. So I'm not denigrating space exploration when I say this.
I didn't pay him.
But it is a little bit absurd to me that we spend the kind of money that we spend on exploring outer space, and we don't spend anywhere near that amount exploring inner space. A number that I can give you is, we have a map of the moon that is 7 meters in resolution. 7 meters. Here to, over to the table over the side. 7 meters resolution. We don't even have a map of the oceans that's 100 meters resolution. It's achievable. Sure, it would cost money, $3 to $8 billion are the current estimates to do that, okay? But we've certainly spent more than that on space exploration and space travel. The other data point I might share is that currently we spend approximately about 2 to 3 times the amount of what the federal government at least spends on ocean exploration within NOAA on what I like to call taxi fare for our astronauts to go to the space station. And by the way, that's a one-way fare. It's not bringing them home either. We spend about $30 million a year exploring the ocean, at least in my agency, and we spend 2 to 3 times that sending an astronaut to the space station. Those numbers to me are mind-boggling, given that this is our planet. 90 to 95% of the ocean remains largely unexplored, unknown, unseen, ever. We have over 500 people that have ever been to space in some way, shape, or form. We have 3 people that have ever been to the deepest part of this planet. 3.
3 people have been to the deepest part of this planet.
3. One of them, by the way, will be here later today.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out, though, okay, that all of that space money cost the American household, tax-paying household, not individual, about the equivalent of 1 pizza delivery per year.
And the amount of space exploration.
I'd be happy to buy 2 pizzas, okay, if it would get us all. I mean, I think that wrangling over a pot, the problem. I mean, we spend a great deal of money on things that are less productive.
Yeah, we're arguing over pie slices.
We are,
instead of the
and
size of the pie.
we need to be. You know, there's a great deal more affinity here. You know, than is represented by a conversation about where we spend more. I wholeheartedly agree. I would love a beautiful map of the bottom of the ocean, you know. Yeah. So, I mean, I wanted to throw that out.
Seasteading will cost you nothing at all. We're not asking for any public money. We're going to create a for-profit blue frontier on the ocean. You know, NASA Ames, the sustainability wing, they watched a video series I made called The 8 Great Moral Imperatives of Seasteading. And they invited me to come down and talk about how we could use seasteading to help them get to space. And we talked about algae, and we could sink astronauts below the ocean and recreate no-gravity environments to test how we're going to go to space. We could use algae to feed them. We could even use maybe algae for algae fuel. And they're thinking about all these ways they can use ocean technologies to go to Mars. And by the end, I was sort of saying, why don't we actually use these technologies here, right now, where there is oxygen and it's not radioactive, and we could do it right here, immediately, not in 2050, but in 2020, which is what my new company, Blue Frontiers, plans to do.
And I hope that it achieves some of the, I mean, at least even a few of the things that you're talking about, because, you know, I think the concern is we feel that if we move on somewhere else, we will be better, right? I mean, this whole country, most of the people who came here originally were looking for a new Eden, right? An opportunity to start over. And the fact is, the thing that we're bringing with us is us. If we're going to fundamentally convert the way that humans interact with one another and with our environment, we're going to have to do that here, and we're going to have to do it now, because going somewhere else isn't going to leave the problem behind.
So, Lucienne, I want to talk with you about this kind of narrative of exploration and how these stories are told. I think we might have heard a little bit of it in the last panel, but often when you hear about explorers, it's something in the mold of Christopher Columbus, sailing to an unknown land and conquering the Americas and doing so heroically. And people often invoke that kind of narrative when we're thinking about space exploration and putting humans on Mars. And I know that we've talked about that a little bit, and I'm wondering, do you think that's a problematic narrative for space exploration, and why?
Absolutely. You know, first of all, I'll point out that the people who came here long ago, we don't actually know their motives because it happened a long time before
anybody. It wasn't Christopher Columbus.
No, it certainly was not. And we recently attended an event where the Facebook ad for it said, "Imagine watching Columbus land in the Americas." And I thought, where am I in this imagining? Am I on the shore or the boat? I think that when we draw on these sort of now extremely outdated narratives about colonialization, and we bring up these people who, brought the slave trade to the Americas, I think that what we're doing is unconsciously and consciously reinforcing a lot of the disparities that characterize life here on Earth, a lot of the narratives that exclude people from marginalized groups from exploration. We control, with the way that we talk about exploring, who envisions themselves as an explorer. And I think that part of our growing beyond the problems that we have here on Earth is about grappling with some of those difficult ways in which we talk about how humanity has moved across the globe. Yeah. Even simple things like saying that exploration is in our DNA. I would argue that culture happened when our behavior separated from what our biology told us to do. And so when we look at the history of humanity here on Earth, there are a lot of people who actually stayed in one place, who didn't necessarily explore. They might have explored their local environment to learn how to live in it. But those stories are valuable too. And also the fact that we sat down and put down roots and created things like agriculture freed up our resources for things like exploration for the sake of exploration, if there is such a thing.
Yeah, do you think we can have exploration for something other than, eventual exploitation of, Martian resources or the deep sea? Perhaps one way to interest people in investing in deep sea exploration is to say there's something down there that we're going to want to eventually use.
Well,
how do you separate those?
Exploration has always been a mixture of these three motives that Commander Hadfield brought up in the last panel. It's always been a mixture of economics and exploration, and also science and politics. And those things have always cooperated with one another. There really isn't such a thing as a pure scientific history of exploration, because there's always been other interests at work. And I think that we forward ourselves and our ability to press those boundaries when we look that in the face and really grapple with those trades that we've made, even just as the scientists here on this panel, the trades that we've made over the history of human exploration and exploitation. And I don't think that we'll get very far, be at the bottom of the ocean or Mars, without really looking that clearly in the eye.
I'm interested in, this idea of a new human tide, washing over wherever it happens to end up, and what that will look like. And we've been talking about it a little bit, but in terms of creating an inclusive framework, how important is it for that tide to actually represent humanity and the differing beliefs, genders, races that exist on this planet?
So the two great tides, here's a narrative for you. Two great tides are meeting in French Polynesia. So North America was a giant seastead where people who were dissatisfied with kingdoms in Europe and other places came, tried out their crazy ideas. They proliferated across the continent, and they showed that crazy ideas could work, that people could govern themselves, that people could vote, that even women could be allowed to vote. These were crazy ideas, and they changed the entire world, right? And so now we're still moving west. The next frontier isn't Mars, it's the blue frontier. And how do I know that? We're working with the blue frontiersmen who came in the opposite direction. Polynesians, basically using their senses, explored from island to island, going east on the blue frontier. And they created this evolutionary process, moving from island to island, exploring new worlds, creating new societies. And that caused them to create a very special culture, a very special kind of spiritual wealth that is all their own. And when you go to people like that and you talk about seasteading, they get, okay, autonomy, islands, ocean, living in harmony with the earth. We get it, we're interested. So seasteading is a place where the ancient knowledge of the Polynesians is meeting the modern knowledge of Silicon Valley. And now we're going to colonize the other 2/3 of the earth with sustainable, innovative, floating societies that adapt organically to sea level change. And if our Dutch engineers have their way, these will be environmentally restorative societies.
I'm going to take a moment, though, to hop on one of my favorite bandwagons, okay? And to talk about this exquisite break from human history that's represented by Alpha, the International Space Station. And 6 of the coolest years in my career I spent supporting the International Programs Office as we were building and assembling Space Station. And, you know, I think it's far too little understood the extent to which, in human history, this has never happened, that 15 different nations have co-invested tens of billions of dollars in building a science platform that has no military value, it has no immediate economic value. The second and third biggest sort of property holders off planet are countries that don't have a peace treaty here on the surface of the Earth and don't in fact have diplomatic relations, which is Japan and Russia. And yet we had to integrate, we had to get Japanese tech to space station, and we couldn't always use the space shuttle, and I won't say how we did it. But you know, we've got 3 people who change in and out. We could have up to 6, moving 9 kilometers a second, about 250 miles over our head right now, and it's been happening for the past 16 years. And it was but working with engineers of all these different cultures, you know, it was absolutely, we were taking the story of the Tower of Babel and turning it upside down and saying, no, we can do this. Mm-hmm. Because engineers of different cultures don't just solve problems differently, they see the problem differently, or the issue or the challenge in completely different ways. And yet, these were all maybe not Western. The Japanese certainly brought a different aesthetic. But still, you know, they were sort of dominant paradigm, first world cultures, mostly male-driven. You don't have the indigenous experience. You're just beginning to bring the female mind thinking engagement, technical engagement in there. What I saw with Space Station is the difference that diversity makes, and the extent to which we multiply force in extraordinary, to a huge level, the more perspectives that we have collaborating. And it's hard. Mm-hmm. It's not easy to do. But Station wouldn't still be up there if it weren't, in fact, an international treaty. There are many, and we're not going to talk about them, but there are many political moments up and down, different administrations, different countries that could have stopped and would have stopped that program cold were it not for the partners who were able to basically boost each other and say, yeah, hold up, I've put this much money into it. You know, you can't stop.
And one of the greatest things about the International Space Station, I think, has also been that it looks back at the Earth.
Yes.
And it's given us all a much greater appreciation, I think, of the planet that we live on, in addition to showing how people can cooperate. I did want to just pick up one thread of something that you said, Joe, which is that you posed sort of the early Americas as a kind of like early seasteading and brought up Polynesian culture. And I'd like to point out that the collision between those early seasteaders and Polynesians has happened before in Hawaii, and it resulted in the decimation of the Hawaiian population. And so, you know, this is part of the problem that I see that when we bring up these narratives again and again is that we don't look at them again. And so we end up using this sort of retro messaging in futurist clothing. And I think that what we have to do if we want to not keep repeating these mistakes is really look at the things that we're saying and how we include or exclude and how we bring up those stories or how we erase them with the way that we talk about how we explore.
Polynesians reached out to us. Polynesians reached out to us because Pacific Island nations need solutions now. Kiribati is scheduled to sink below sea level by the end of this century. Polynesians are initiating this. They called us for our services. So far, decimation is not in our business plan.
It wasn't in most people's.
Yeah, so the way to adjust to climate change is to allow these people to transition into being floating nations on their own initiative. We're not asking for any public money. We're paying for it ourselves. Another big problem the ocean faces is drastic acidification. The way to reverse acidification is massive seaweed farms, which are healthier than the corn, wheat, and soy we eat otherwise. Imagine growing massive seaweed farms in the ocean that absorb all this ocean acidity from the oceans, and then we can eat to restore the environment. Other solutions involve a huge problem is overfishing of the oceans. 90% of the large fish have been fished out of the sea in the last 50 years. Neil Sims, who has the Valhalla Research Project, which I think Bob Ballard talked about a little while ago, is talking about he's already pushed forward basically Buckminster Fuller cages that swim with the fish in the wild. They're completely sustainable, no impact on the oceans. So he has a business plan to repopulate the oceans with happy, humanely treated, healthy fish that are healthier than wild fish. The solutions go on and on. When you offer aquapreneurs a new platform on the ocean, they come with their own solutions. And I encourage you all to look into it. And it's a Polynesian-initiated program.
So it sounds like what everybody is saying, in some guise, is that the answer to one of my earlier questions, should we be aware of the damage we can potentially cause to the places we're moving into? Should we be aware of that? Is it important to try and mitigate that from the start, rather than just save humanity, we're going to do this at the expense of everything? It sounds like the answer I'm hearing from you guys is yes, that's an important thing to think about. Yes.
Unequivocally.
Unequivocally, yes. Okay.
Planetary protection protocols.
So that's where I'm going. So I wanted to pose a question to you, Lucianne, because I know you've thought about this. Let's say that we find strong evidence for the presence of life on Mars, microbial or not. We heard a little bit about this in the first panel from Bethany Elhman, who was talking about how there could be life in the Martian subsurface. How should that affect our plans to explore and possibly live on Mars?
Well, I think right now we certainly take very great pains to try to avoid the contamination of Mars by making sure that our rovers are really clean, as you brought up, planetary protection protocols. I think that we're in a really interesting time right now where, for many years, since 1967, we've been governed by this outer space treaty that states that no one can own a celestial body. And now that we're entering into this new model where there might be these public-private partnerships for space exploration, and where some of those motivations are economic, mining, for example, we're looking at sort of modifications to that treaty in the form of the Space Act, which happened in 2015, which states that you can't own a celestial body, but you can own resources from a celestial body. But you can't own biotic resources from a celestial body, but you can own the water. And so at some point, while we can write these things down, the distinction becomes very blurry when we start to talk about a world like Mars that might have had life in the past and could have microbial colonies under the surface today. Think about what it means to own water here on Earth. You can't really own water that doesn't have life in it. And so then I think we get into an interesting conversation about what our duty is to respect whatever exists on Mars, whether it be an ongoing biosphere today or a history of life in the past.
Which all the indigenous peoples would certainly step up for.
Yeah.
Okay? But this is the big challenge, is that, are we going to do a better job respecting indigenous life on another world than we have done here?
What do you think?
I doubt it very seriously, but I'm certainly open for us to step up and try to own that. I also want Origami Girl to come and talk to me because I've got a job for her. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's a great way of putting it, though, is that we do have to step up.
We have to step up.
It can't just be a technological solution.
We can't keep on doing the same thing. Otherwise, I'd just say we need to stay put and fix our problems first.
I have one last question, then we're going to move to questions from the audience and social media. Actually, I lied. I have a ton of questions I can still ask you guys, but we have a minute. And this one's for Alan, and it's going back to this idea that for some reason space has been prioritized over the oceans. And I know we talked a little bit about why that is. But you in a news story said that you think there might be a future for deep ocean tourism. And do you think that if we started being able to bring people down into the sea, that it would help inspire more exploration, more resources being put into that?
I think it may, actually, and the reality is that there is an interest in deep ocean tourism. All you have to do is look at the large scuba community who likes to dive and see the beauty and the bounty that is under the sea. There are people who own human-occupied vehicles that go down and dive in special places to depths that typically we as humans can't easily achieve, at least for any duration. So I do think that there's an industry. I also think, though, that it gets back to this question about how do we sustainably support an industry like that could not only bring the beauty and the wonder and the joy of what this planet has to offer to all of us, whether we're there in the physical environment or whether we're watching the explorers or the individuals or the tourists on some TV screen or in pictures in some magazine. We need to be careful about what that means. I find it a little bit ironic, sadly so, I guess, that this conversation about protecting these life forms on another planet when we don't do enough to protect the life forms on this one.
On that note.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions in the audience? Yes, okay, we have many. There are microphones running around somewhere, not on their own. If you could wait until you get a microphone and then please stand up to ask your question.
I had a question kind of for all of you about sort of the balance between exploring space and exploring the ocean and not necessarily colonizing in a new human tide, but the new human tide of exploration possibly helping us gain more technology and insights about how the planet works as a whole to help us live on it in a way that doesn't harm it and us by the loop that we all live on the same planet. And so I kind of wanted to pose that question: would it be a good idea to not necessarily colonize the ocean or colonize space, but to explore both to a great depth and use that knowledge to then help us build better cities on land and, exist in the planet in a much better way?
I can give you one small example of something we have done already in that regard, which is the sort of bacteria-based water reclamation system that both simultaneously NASA Johnson Space Center and the European Space Agency were developing in the mid-90s for this advanced life support. I put together a summit along with the UNDP water policy advisor at the Columbia Earth Institute in 2003 that we called Water for Two Worlds. Why? Because we were developing a water cleansing system for Mars, but of course, it's needed on Earth in so many parts of the developing world. And so we basically got an NGO. We gave requirements to the ESA laboratory that was still working on this system. And it's basically to develop a sort of countertop version of this water cleansing system to bring to communities. I think it got rolled out in Ethiopia. The Europeans have been using it at Concordia for like a decade and a half now as their primary means of water reclamation. So it is absolutely, to me, the highest immediate use of my research is to help people make the right choices living on this Earth. It's hard to do, but it can be done, and people are trying to do it.
And that's a great example of the way that these two efforts can bring, immediate, palpable benefits to people here on Earth. That they do require us to think about stretching our boundaries and to develop new things, new solutions to difficult problems. I think one of the funny things about the way that we talk about terraforming Mars, turning Mars into a habitable environment, is that we can think about doing that in the context of another planet, and yet we're reverse terraforming the Earth currently. Yeah. And we don't really have a great solution as to how to not do that, although we have some ideas.
Oh, no, my 15-year-old gave me the answer last week. She's like, wait, but if we're going to make Mars, but all you have to do is restart the core. Again, I'll offer her a job.
Have you unplugged it and plugged it back in?
There you are. A genius bar right here.
Can we take the next question up here? Turn it off, turn it back on. Turn it off, turn it back on.
So good question.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very interesting panel.
waste management is a huge problem for us here on Earth, and we've already polluted space orbit, our orbit. When you design space station, do you somehow take this into consideration, and how do you plan to deal with the waste management on these floating livable platforms?
So our Dutch engineers have already built the floating pavilion in Rotterdam. It's completely solar, it's sustainable, and it recycles its own water and energy. So the prototype for the floating island project in French Polynesia has already been built. Waste is easy to take care of. Most of it is easy to recycle. And our engineers are committed to sustainable floating platforms. So they have a whole plan for how floating cities can be sustainable and even environmentally restorative, which is completely different from land-based cities that grow a different kind of food that end up being unsustainable.
So with space flight, of course, it's pretty clear that trash is a problem. If you throw it out the window, it'll come back at you at 9 kilometers a second. And that's pretty aggressive. And we've learned, station after station, we've learned different strategies to deal with. Skylab, which was the most luxurious station probably ever, certainly the most luxurious one America had all to itself, solved the problem because it was the third stage of a Saturn V rocket that didn't need to go to the moon. So the two halves that would have been filled with fuel were left empty. And the larger component was the crew quarters, and then a little airlock was made between the two tanks. And what would have been the oxygen tank was made into basically a trash chute. Now, we tried to get the space shuttle developed and flown in time to reboost Skylab and reuse it. But the truth is, and statute of limitations is over, so I can say this, the trash part was filling up. So we wouldn't have been able to use it for very long. With Space Station now, our trash solution is extraordinarily resource intensive, which is that the Russians will, a vehicle similar to the Soyuz capsule that brings up the crew is the Progress capsule that just brings up cargo, and it's automated. But once you take the cargo out of the Progress, they shove the trash in it, and then they deorbit it, and it burns up coming back. So the strategy for extended exploration is no trash. So, which puts, we have to be super, super creative about our materials then. Everything has to be sustainable. Laundry in space. Everybody wants to know about the personal sanitation issues, but there are a lot of other, waste management is probably the biggest challenge that, the logistical challenge that we face in anything like that. So it's an important question. And of course, if we get it addressed, then the strategies, hopefully, that we do find to do this would be very useful for the general population, hopefully on Earth, right?
Yeah. Next question.
Thanks very much for your presentations. I think one thing we can do as the public to support you is Congress right now is about to eviscerate that pizza, taking 20% of the budget of NOAA and cutting it, and 30% to the EPA. And what we can do is to speak to Congress to support you to stop those cuts. But my question is, what you're doing is you're actually dealing with one of the compelling challenges of our time, which is dealing with the knowledge implementation gap, right? So what advice, what suggestions can you give to the scientific community is how they can actually breathe life into the work they're doing so we can scale up what we already know can deal with the challenges that our little blue orb is facing today? Thank you.
Is that directed at anyone else in particular?
Alan, do you want to maybe take that one?
Sure, I'll take that. And first, thank you for your comments. I think when citizens are engaged on a topic, they should fight for it for what they think it's worth, for the pizza or for the 10 cents for ocean exploration. Per capita,
I'll give you an
not
extra
per household.
slice, okay? All right.
Deal. But I think scientists are partly the key to the solution, right? We've got ingenuity sitting out there in droves. But part of that ingenuity has to go back down to how do we engage the origami girls of the world to carry this forward.
Engage. She's mine, back off.
We're going to have to learn her name. But the future of this, the knowledge gap piece, resides in our children. and the diversity of our children. They're the ones who have to carry it forward.
Yep. So inspire the children.
You know, if I may comment on your question, first of all, your point about engagement with government is a great one. And I'd like to point out, as somebody who's sort of on the, the NASA's side of things, where we only saw a small decrease in the budget overall, in the proposed budget, that's no great gain for us if we can't understand our own planet. I spent many years working on the Kepler mission, which looks for planets around other stars. And one of the things that you learn as someone who looks for other habitable spaces in the universe is that our solar system is very much a Rosetta Stone for understanding the other places that we might find life. And so, you know, a lot of times for me, the answer to your question is not just engaging with children, but helping people understand the connections between all of these different fields of research, and how learning about our own planet can help us understand space, and how learning about space can help us understand our own planet, and the way those things cooperate.
So we're running out of time, and I want to get a little bit, because there's an additional answer there to what I'm hearing more as your question, which is we need ways of transferring technology, of transferring learning, research, into actionable, into products, into things that work, right? And one of the, you know, at the same time that we put a huge amount of the treasure and resources of the wealthiest society in history into going to the moon, we also had big R&D labs. We had Bell, we had Park, we had Building 20 at MIT, and I think rebuilding those kinds of incubators where industry can come, but looking for solutions to particular problems and integrate with the research teams is super essential. I'm working on a project with IKEA, and they're very good with the packing and the flat and the origami. So that's why I'm saying, and who knows what will come out of it. But I mean, this is, I think, the best approach that I can think of right now in an immediate way.
So I'm really sorry. I see a ton of questions in the audience. We are out of time. So I wanted to thank all of the panelists for playing Red Planet, Blue Planet, and for all of you, all of you for being here. I hope this discussion has been as provocative for you as it has been for me. So thank you.
Thank you.
Crazy. All right. I'll work for you.
All right.
All right. Wait, before you take off, hold on. A couple things. First of all, where's origami girl? Oh, hey, they're child labor laws you should be aware of. Watch out. Or at least there used to be before this administration. But very, very important that we're back in precisely 1 hour, because there's a live taping that will be broadcast later of Star Talk with Neil deGrasse Tyson and James Cameron. So please be back on time. You have a lunch voucher, and there's lunch in the cafeteria as well as a barbecue out on the patio. So have a great lunch and see you soon.
I got into Mumbai and I walk. I spend a lot of my time tracking these animals. And so I try to find a location that I would be able to see the leopard and then windows of normal people. You know, because the viewer has to relate to the people that live there. It has to look like, oh, that could be my apartment building, or that could be my window in my living room. And find that spot.
Home of the leopard, home of the people of Greater Mumbai, all in one frame. This is it.
And I eventually got this picture of a leopard just walking across this bridge that had been built by the British about 100 years ago. A half hour before, there were people walking after work. Kids playing cricket right on the other side. And then, boom, you see this leopard walking by. All the lights are lit up in the apartment building. Absolutely incredible. And that's the money shot. That's what we waited for so long to be able to get.
There's been this arc to my career in the sense that in the beginning, I just wanted to make beautiful pictures. But I began more and more to see all these problems happening in the ocean. Fewer fish in the places I used to see many fish, or not as many sharks when we go out looking for sharks. And I started to see a need to tell those stories as well. You know, I didn't think that most people recognized the decline, what was happening in the ocean. As a journalist, I saw that I had a responsibility to tell those, and I sensed a sense of urgency to tell those stories as well. I wanted to get that out there and began doing stories about problems in the ocean and hopefully offering solutions as well as a way to maybe move that dial a little bit in favor of conservation. If somebody had told me when I started diving back in 1977 that within a couple of decades or few decades in my lifetime, I would have seen this seismic shift, this dramatic loss of marine life, I wouldn't have believed it. I didn't think it was possible when I was 14 or 15 years old that the ocean couldn't possibly lose that much in such a short span of time. The problem is the ocean suffers from this terrible fate of having a beautiful exterior. Her finest silks are on view when we go to the beach or we go sailing, but very few people know what's happening below those waves. And unless you're poking your head under that water on a regular basis, you might not see that dramatic change. Everything seems to be fine, but it's not. I believe the good news is that it's not too late. There is still hope, and there's still 10% of the sharks left of all species, and there's half the coral reefs left. So what we need to do is preserve what remains. I think the ocean has the ability to heal itself. It is resilient. It can be restored. I've seen this happen in places where protection has been given. We have to be good custodians. We have to do the right thing. We can't just keep doing what we're doing because we're at a pivotal moment in history where if we let it slip through our fingers, it'll be us who pays the price. When you consider how tied we are to the ocean, every other breath that a human being takes comes from the sea, and that it's vitally important to our own existence. In the end, when we save the ocean, we're saving ourselves. That's a pretty good motivator for doing the right thing.
So is lighting the whole secret down there?
Yeah, I think one of the best things to do underwater is to sort of meter for the background, the ambient, and then maybe underexpose that just a little bit. It kind of creates a nice, richly saturated backdrop, and then you use your strobes just as a little bit of fill flash. You don't want it to look overly lit. You want it to sort of just fill in the shadows and add some color and detail. But we'll just kind of see how the first few frames look, and then we can make adjustments as we go. I think we might have had a little equipment malfunction, huh?
Yeah.
With the strobes there not firing. Well, I mean, that's what it's all about, right? It's overcoming challenges and figuring out what you need to do to try to come back with something.
Yeah.
I did two things. I started my work with some terrestrial work with leatherback sea turtles at night, and you see the stars in the sky. And I did a long exposure where the ocean glows with this green luminescence. Yeah, this was a very long exposure. and she was relatively still for that time period. But, you know, it's like a primordial scene. This is an animal whose lineage dates back 100 million years. They're older than dinosaurs. You know, there was a time in their ancestry where they crawled out on the beaches and saw T-Rex running by, and today, in some places, they crawl out and see condominiums. But here's this...
kids running by.
And see kids running by. Nice.
Oh, it's a nudibranch.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
Looks like a zebra.
Does.
Beautiful.
Wow, you found nudibranch.
Must have been about
Yeah,
that
it was
big,
really
right?
tiny, yeah. Maybe a little bit. It was
With
like
your 15 millimeter lens,
Yeah.
taking macro.
Breaking the rules, that's okay.
These few of this
Oh, right, that puffer. Look at that. That talk about personality.
Yeah, look at his lips.
You see that? It's
His
beautiful.
eyes, his eyes.
That's great.
We were up at Kure, which is at the farthest island out in the chain. And we were down at 300 feet in an area where we've documented every single fish on this reef is a species known only from the Hawaiian Islands. It's truly the most unique set of fish on Earth. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw a flash. It was a little pink fish, and there are lots of little pink fish down there, so that didn't get my attention. What got my attention was, on the dorsal fin of this fish, there's a spot, a big red spot with a blue ring around it on the dorsal fin. And I thought, no fish I know of has this color. And very quickly we determined it was a brand new species. And the most distinctive feature about this fish was that spot on its dorsal fin. Big red spot with a blue ring around it, which reminded me of a certain logo of a presidential candidate.
Hope spot.
It's a hope spot, that's exactly right. This fish is special because it's the only fish we know of that lives only in the monument. So
It's a monumental fish.
It's a monumental fish. It's a monumental discovery. We have decided that we're going to name this fish in honor of President Obama.
Tosinoides Obama.
That's exactly right. I have a favor to ask, Sylvia. Tomorrow you're going to be meeting the President of the United States here at Midway Atoll, and ask for his essentially permission for us to name it in his honor. I'm sure he'll accept, but before we do that, I want to make sure he's a willing participant in this.
It will be my honor to be an ambassador for you and for Tosinoides Obama. Obama. I hope that is the way it works out. Here we take our life support system for granted. We breathe air that is generated largely by the ocean. We have a planet that works in our favor because Earth is dominated by water, by salt water, by the ocean. This is a place that we have to make peace with Earth, with the ocean, so that we can explore other places, so that we can have a long and enduring future right here on Earth. We need to understand what's going on in the ocean. We need to get acquainted with ocean wildlife, the fish, the octopuses, the squids, and of course the dolphins and whales, the sharks, all of these creatures. Once you get to know them as individuals, get to see how they behave and how they have social structure, they have attitudes, they have faces. That's what access to the sea, the experience of being there, a whole new era of exploration is just beginning. So lucky to be around at this point in time, to be a part of the greatest era of exploration ever.
We've known as educators that astrophysics can be a gateway science to other sciences. So I submit to you, whether or not you embrace the universe because you're enchanted by it, I can say that in a free capitalist democracy, innovations in science, technology, engineering, and math, the STEM fields, will be the engines of the growth of tomorrow's economy. And on the assumption that you don't want to die poor, at some point, somebody's going to have to say, let's get people interested in science. And I know of no greater seductive force than the science of the universe itself. So whether your interests are derived from the raw needs of the economic stability of our nation, or whether you share my ambitions for turning the universe into our backyard, both sides of that serve not only our need to explore, something that may be genetically encoded in our DNA, but it also can do very well for the economy. And these are what drive me daily to decode the mysteries of the universe and share them with all who will listen. "30 million years ago, in a distant galaxy, 30 million light years away, two black holes collided. Each black hole is itself a significant disturbance in the fabric of space and time. When they collide, it creates an even greater ripple that gets sent out at the speed of light, a ripple through the fabric of space and time. In the world of technology, a person is born called Albert Einstein, who thinks about the fabric of space and time, comes up with the general theory of relativity, predicts the fact that such a thing as ripples through the fabric of space and time exist. We would later show that two black holes would be the best example of a ripple through the fabric of space and time. Meanwhile, this ripple continues to move. Einstein predicts we should be able to detect one of these. We don't have the technology yet. That would take another 80 and 90 years just to create the apparatus that could detect it. We build the apparatus. It's called the Laser Interferometric Gravity Wave Observatory, LIGO for short. We turn on the switch. Within days of turning on the switch, that wave washes across the Earth, and we detect it. We detected something that was cast into motion before we were human. Einstein not only predicted the existence of gravity waves, he came up with the general theory of relativity. He also laid the foundation for the invention of the laser. And it is lasers that were used to detect the gravity waves. That's badass. That's Einstein. Oh, that's easy. Oh my gosh. No, the Enterprise. There's no question. No question. The Enterprise has the benefit of being real in the sense that there are real scientists and real engineers on staff on the ship monitoring its engines, its warp drives, its photon torpedoes. And so it's fake real as opposed to the Millennium Falcon, which is just fake. It's just part of a fantasy storytelling in Star Wars. Not only that, the Enterprise, and I've thought long and hard about this, and I think what I'm about to say is correct. It is the first ever spaceship represented in storytelling that was not designed to go from one place to another. It was only designed to explore. Think about that. Every movie, every show that preceded that, build it to go to a destination, and they go there and they get out and they pitch tent. They're not completely living on the ship as an exploratory vehicle. That was revolutionary in terms of what we would think space would and should be about. Plus, in a battle, the Enterprise would just wipe its ass with the Millennium Falcon. I'm sorry. Can I say that on National Geographic? Now is the time when I read to you tweets from pissed off people regarding the demotion of Pluto. This one is from Yonder Boy. In early 2006, Neil deGrasse Tyson accidentally blew up Pluto and has been trying to hide the fact ever since. I'm not authorized to comment on that one. This one from Scotologic. Neil deGrasse Tyson just had Pluto declared no longer a dog. Everyone's favorite planet. I don't care if they killed it. To me, Pluto will always remain part of us. Damn you, Neil Tyson. Interesting that you're getting that emotional about an object that's 1/5 the size of Earth's moon. Which, if it were swapped where Earth is right now, heat from the sun would evaporate its ice and it would grow a tail. What kind of behavior is that for a planet? Since Pluto is on its way to being a planet again, I can't help but feel that Neil Tyson is plotting something. Yeah, next is Earth. I'm gonna demote Earth. Yeah, your worst nightmares are coming true. Neil deGrasse Tyson is like on the top of my list of role models and people I hate. Because of how amazing his mind is, and then the Pluto thing. WTF, Neil deGrasse Tyson? You're talking about our galaxy and don't include Pluto? I thought you knew what's up, man. I was probably speaking of the solar system, because the galaxy is way bigger than our solar system. And yeah, if I'm listing the planet, I'm going to stop at Neptune. I will. Get over it. There's nothing like dangling something that hasn't been invented yet in the face of an engineer. Because you know they can't stand it. They got to make that. They've got to turn it into a reality. And shows like Star Trek and other science fiction portrayals of the day, even to this day, serve, I see, as a kind of stimulation, a force of creativity for people who want to invent tomorrow. Back in the 60s when Star Trek premiered, that was an era where we were all thinking about the city of tomorrow, the home of tomorrow, transportation of tomorrow. Tomorrow was a daily reflection that we all carried with us. I distinctly remember. Okay, warp drives, sure, we'll have that in the future. Little discs that have information on it, put it in a box and it speaks to you, sure, we'll do that. But doors that open just by walking towards them? How does it know you're approaching them? That'll never happen, ever. So, don't ever listen to me predict the future. I will take myself out of the running for that reason. In terms of the Starship Enterprise, for me, what's special about that ship, I've seen many science fiction movies. I haven't seen them all, but I've seen many. Up until that point, all ships that were envisioned were built and occupied to go to a destination. Starship Enterprise had no destination. It just was out there, visiting multiple places. That may have been a first to transform your idea of space is a way for me to get from A to B to space is a limitless frontier to explore. I think I'd be a condor. Definitely pie with ice cream. Definitely beach, ocean beach. I'd have to take both. Both. At their best, there's nothing like it. Picking one or the other is like picking one of your children. Son, oh my gosh, what kind of question is that? I would want to visit the Himalayan mountain range. And whatever countries that happen to touch, so be it, purple. Royal purple. We need more purple in the world. I'm tired of apples, oranges, I'm all for oranges. So I'll take a good orange and a good fresh squeezed orange juice with pulp, leaving all the pulp. In fact, add extra pulp, and I'm there for it. Salty. I like potato chips, popcorn with too much salt on it, salt. Stupid question, the stargazer lily, of course. It's beautiful. Stargazer lily. Favorite chess piece, I like the rook. It's over there in the corner, comes out when you need it. Pegasus. Who needs a stick coming out of your head? You want to be able to fly. Definitely lemonade. But it's got to be good lemonade. None of this powder mix, lemon flavored. Go get in the back and squeeze some lemons, put in some sugar, and I'm good for you. I'm not in denial of the impact and significance of the Harry Potter series, but in terms of the weight, the social, cultural, philosophical, literary weight of the Lord of the Rings, that edges out Harry Potter for me. Never sleep with socks on. I need toe freedom under the covers at all times. Saturn, totally. Saturn's cool because it's less dense than water. So if you found a lake big enough, Saturn would just float. Definitely going with sheep. I think they're more useful to us. I know that's bad for the sheep, but I'm just saying, I'm just being honest. In the shower, because we all sound awesome in the shower, I try to sing songs where the deep voice matters. Go down, Moses, you know, swing low. I can't keep it, dude. Let's go in a shower, we could do this, right? Monopoly all the way. I mean, think about how much you learn about our American capitalist society by mastering Monopoly. A cumulonimbus cloud. There's a lot of action in a cumulonimbus cloud, and that's totally the cloud I would be. I make a pretty good French toast. So I will take my French toast over anybody's French toast I have ever tasted. But there's nothing like a good buttermilk pancake. I'd want to be planted in a wide open meadow so that every one of my branches can receive all the sunlight it wants. I don't want to have to compete for the photons from the sun, which is what goes on daily, hourly in a forest, especially rainforest, where there's the canopy and then everything else below has to be able to live without direct sunlight. And the branches of the trees that keep reaching for the canopy, those branches that are below, they drop dead because there's no sunlight to sustain them. I don't want to be just sort of just leaves on the top. I want full plumage. I don't want to be old and wise in the middle of a meadow. And there's nothing more beautiful than a solitary tree in the middle of a field. It invites you to sit under it. I want to have people come sit under my branches and add a dimension of romance to their lives under the branches of my tree. One risk, however, if you're a tree in the middle of a meadow or in the middle of a field, is that you will get hit by lightning, all right? Lightning does not like moving through air, and if you're reaching up into the air, it's gonna go through, basically your wet bark. The lightning will pass through your wet bark before it connects the cloud to the ground. But maybe that's worth it, so that all the time until I'm struck by lightning, where it amputates one of my limbs, I think it'll be worth it up to that moment for having a completely full plumage as an ornament in the center of a field.
you look at it from space, the top of the world, the white ice acts like a reflector, like a mirror that sends back sunlight and energy and heat back to space. That's what made the Arctic the cooling system of the planet. I was walking with Leo on the edge of the sea ice in the high Canadian Arctic, and I told him we will not be able to stand on the frozen sea anymore in about 25 years. Scientific projections are that by 2040, there's going to be almost no sea ice left in the entire Arctic. Climate change, through warming and acidification, is affecting the entire ocean. Because of that, the Arctic is warming and melting at a rate that is faster than anything else we've seen before. All that white cap that expands in the winter and contracts in the summer, every time is expanding less and shrinking to a smaller volume. That means massive melting of glaciers, no more sea ice. For all these animals that depend on the sea ice for their survival, like the seals and the polar bears, their populations are going to crash. For the rest of the planet, the melting of the sea ice is going to be associated with more extreme weather events. Some areas are going to experience more flooding, some areas are going to experience more droughts. So I don't think we're going to be very happy with the climate that's coming. There is only one thing that needs to happen to solve the issue of climate change, which is reduce dramatically our carbon emissions, our carbon pollution. That's it. We need to move from a fossil fuel dominated society to a society where renewable energies are more and more dominant. We cannot pretend that this is something that somebody else in the future will have to deal with. We have to take action right now if we are to preserve a beautiful and wonderful planet that we will be very happy to live in.
The reason humans should go to Mars is because we're human. I mean, we are an exploring species. It's what's made us the dominant species on this planet.
If we only lived in one little plot of land on Earth, and we never went anywhere, I would say let's explore. I need a good reason to cross this ocean. Well, because we haven't done it before. How's that for a good reason? We might learn something tomorrow that we don't know today.
You know, there's an old saying, you know, why are you climbing that mountain? It's because it's there, because I want to do that.
It's what we do, we explore as human beings. And so going to Mars is an obvious next step.
It's the great beyond in the most literal terms, right? It's the great beyond.
We humans love a target. We love to have something to shoot for, to aim for, and to build a plan to make happen. And Mars has that sexiness, that romance. I think it's galvanizing a lot of people right here, right now.
For me, it's just a curiosity. As a human being, I'm curious. You know, you want to know what's beyond that horizon.
Curiosity has actually fueled most of the great achievements that we've made in the world, especially through technology.
If there's a place you've never been, there's a scientist who wants to know what's there. Just the curiosity of inquiry.
We can understand the evolution and formation of our own solar system. We can start to understand how planets form and how they evolve. And we can also start to understand, you know, the distribution of life in the universe.
We're looking for life. So when you ask people, why are we going to Mars? Number one reason is because we're looking for signs of life elsewhere in the solar system.
And imagine if we can find that there are actually some cells or some signature of life on Mars. That would be a game-changing in our thinking about our position in the universe.
One of the things that happens when you go into space, and all the astronauts have talked about this, is that it changes your perspective about the Earth.
The human experience of actually being there will be revelatory in ways we can't even imagine at this moment.
The true awe of, hey, who are we in this universe, and what can we learn about it, and what can we therefore learn about ourselves, I think is a really great reason to explore.
One of the reasons that I really like is not seeing Mars as a challenge to overcome, but to see Mars as an opportunity to unite people together in a peaceful way. We can give not just ourselves, but our culture and our society and our species a goal and can unite so many different types of people together. You're actually addressing fundamental issues on Earth by giving people something optimistic to pursue. And that's why I want to see us go to Mars. And I want to leave that as a legacy for my children and for the next generations of our species.
When we get to Mars, we need to solve our basic needs, in particular, protection from radiation.
The first crew that lands on Mars will live in their ship.
But you can't live there very long. The cosmic radiation and the solar radiation is going to penetrate the ship. You have to get underground quickly.
We now know there are certain regions on Mars that have an extensive underground network of lava tubes. This is where the volcanoes have existed for hundreds of millions of years, and as they died away, they actually become huge rooms.
When we think about them in terms of human exploration, they could be an attractive place to consider.
They provide a structure that is radiation-proof. You're in the huge underground cavern. You still have to have airtight hulls and stuff like that. It's not like it'll hold the air in, but it'll protect you from radiation, and it'll also protect you from temperature extremes.
The trick is lava tubes are not so easy to find because they're underground. We're still in the process of figuring out where those are, and mapping them is not a trivial thing.
Now, we'd also want to create some other kinds of living spaces outside of the lava tubes. For instance, we want to have inflatable, transparent domes lit by natural sunlight, and we can grow plants.
From my perspective, before any humans get to the surface of Mars, we were going to have sent in advance habitation with radiation shelters.
You won't use an astronaut to do something as quote-unquote menial as building a habitat. The final precursors will be an army of robots, and they'll begin to build the habitats.
I think about the technology we're developing today in 3D printing. Imagine being able to send a 3D printer to the Martian surface that pulls the soil out, adds some water, adds some binder, and is sitting there 3D printing shelters, and you've got your homes pre-built waiting for you right there.
Now, until such time in the rather distant future that Mars is terraformed, Mars will have a thin atmosphere, and so these things will have to be pressurized, and as a result, they can't be that big. They won't be miles in diameter like the domes you see in science fiction. But domes 50 meters, 100 meters in diameter, these are entirely possible.
We will have to live in dome cities and wearing spacesuits on Mars, for a long time. But that's not to say that we can't have a really nice life, but it's not going to be an Earth life. It's going to be a Mars life.
Daylight saving time. People still debate why we do it. And I'm happy to chalk it up as just one of those mysteries of the universe that's just out there. The sun doesn't care what time you call it. The plants don't care. And here we are with more sunlight at the end of the day. And then the days get shorter, daylight time gets shorter. And just when you want more sunlight, we take away the daylight saving time in the winter. Don't you want that extra hour when you have less hours of light at the end of the day? So that's a bit of a mystery to me. I don't really understand it. And in Arizona, they have enough sun. No one said, we need more sun. So Arizona no, there is no, last I checked, no daylight savings time in Arizona. So it's certainly not an astrophysical decision to create daylight saving time, especially since we create our own light. In Ben Franklin's day, they had like gas lamps. Maybe not even that, just oil lamps. So we're no longer so slaved to the rhythms of the sun and moon that the sun and moon, they no longer need to matter to us as we schedule our day. And it seems to me we've outlived the usefulness of daylight saving time.
I was the first scientist to go into the cave once the actual remains had been discovered. I looked down and just thought, oh, really? I may perhaps have bitten off more than I can chew. But, you know, at the same time, the excitement of what we were about to do overwhelmed that fear. And yeah, I'm perfectly prepared to shove myself where I don't belong. I got this job by answering a Facebook ad.
I put a call out on Facebook saying I need skinny scientists who are not claustrophobic in a dangerous and difficult environment.
And so I applied thinking, well, you know, give it a shot. A couple of days later, I got the email saying, you know, you're in.
God, this place is beautiful.
You're just pushing into somewhere entirely new. And I can imagine that's how the astronauts felt when they were going out into space for the first time. You just thought, no one else has done this. And, you know, Lee's grand plan, the whole team's grand plan, if there had been a serious accident deep in the cave, was that we would have had to send a medical team to them, and they would have had to live underground until they could get themselves back out again.
Critical issues, no one panic.
Yeah, see, it's a normal commute. A 200-meter obstacle course is your daily commute. Yeah. And at its narrowest, it's 7-8 inches, I guess. It's basically just a maw of rocky crags, so it's sort of like looking into the mouth of a shark.
Just trying to also slow it down a bit.
All you see is what your headlamp shows you, because you're deep underground. And my headlamp was picking up flashes of bone just here and there and everywhere, and we'd realized that we had more than one individual.
So we'll put pin number 1 right beside the mandible, and that's where we'll concentrate. Okay.
Skull is being flagged. You can see the skull here. We have our genus with that. This is indisputably Homo.
Yes! Yes!
What Homo naledi has done is force everybody to rewrite the textbooks. The family tree that we always sort of think about and have been kind of adding little twigs and branches to along the way actually may be a lot bushier than we ever really realized. And so that opens up a whole new world of exploration and research that actually is really exciting time.
This is so cool. I was in Yellowstone for a year and a half. My job was to shed light on wolf behavior in a natural landscape. A lot of times wolves get persecuted, and this was an opportunity for me to just show wolves for what they were, for being large, beautiful megafauna carnivores. Being there for as long as I was, inherently you're going to see so many different unique wildlife events. I'm assigned to do wolves, but you know, if I see an incredible thing happening over here, it's like, of course I'm going to photograph that. You know, you can't look away. That's not what we do. There's a huge aspect of life and death in Yellowstone. It's always a bit hard when you're an empathetic human to see an animal suffering. You know, this little elk calf that's like fresh to the world, and look at all these animals around me, and then it's like, welcome to reality. Now you're food for wolf pups. You know, photographing wildlife is always this balance between what you can control and what you can't control. You know, you can't talk to animals. What do you think she's doing? Even if you could, it's like, that probably wouldn't be ethical to be like, oh yeah, could you just like take your whole family of wolves and go up on that ridge line and like, oh, the moon's right there. Could you just start howling in front of the moon? That'd be great. Setting up camera traps becomes a little monotonous, and so sometimes you like pretend to be whatever your subject is, whether it's like a wolf or a bear, and you kind of like goof around and lighten it up. But a lot of the work that I did ended up being skiing around, snowshoeing around in the backcountry trying to get close to the wolves. Being out there and being by myself, you kind of worry about being a bear snack as well. But thankfully, I had a lot of training informally growing up. My brother and I had to walk 1.5 miles to the bus stop. The way back was always like this big explorer adventure session where we'd walk on the frozen brook and hopefully you'd fall through.
That wasn't so bad.
Being self-sufficient was a big part of our childhood, and I didn't realize how much I'd use it now as an adult because, yeah, there's definitely some risks involved. But the whole goal is to make pictures that people haven't seen before, and inherently that means pushing boundaries. You know, if it was easy, somebody else would have probably done it.
Look at him right here. God, he's big. Whoa, look at the size of that animal. Coming right at us.
I am in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, which over the last few years has become sort of great white shark central.
Man, look at all the seals. That explains everything, doesn't it? Wow.
I have spent over 5 months trying to figure out how to make a photograph underwater in Cape Cod of great white sharks.
Right now we're just offshore here. This is the area where the shark was hunting.
Look at him, he's right there. Holy God, look at him. Come on, man, just smile. Come up to the back. Now he's going inshore.
Damn it. What I've ultimately done was worked with researchers who had begun to design seal decoys as a way of attracting the sharks.
Yeah. Holy God, look at him. Oh, yeah.
Yep, it's just deep. He's about his eye.
Damn.
Really. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I had the idea of trying to modify their decoys with cameras. We created a wireless trigger system. I could remotely fire the camera from the boat.
Put her in.
There's 3 sharks within our boat radius here, right in here.
Boy, is that nice. Look at how close he is. Nice shallow water. Kids are freaking out.
People have no idea just how close these sharks are to the beach. I mean, you could wade in and bump into one of these animals.
We have a shark coming from the south, coming north, and we're going to put one of our research decoys in and see if we can observe a predation in what is now about 15 feet of water.
There he is. He's coming. Come on, that's it. Come on.
I see him.
Oh. Holy. There you go. Yeah. Oh, yes. 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 Man, right at us. I mean, he came right like this. Man, that was sweet. We might have a picture. That's what I've been thinking about all winter.
This particular photo, it was crystal clear. You can see deep into the animal's eye. You can see this sort of smile that these sharks have. But this animal also had some scratches on its face that I can only presume were caused maybe by an attack on a seal. We nicknamed it Mike Tyson because it had like a face tattoo. I wanted to create this sort of intimate portrait of one of these animals. I wanted to put a face on this shadowy creature that has been portrayed as a monster and show what they look like. To my knowledge, this is the first time a high quality or high resolution still photograph of a great white shark in Cape Cod waters has ever been produced, has ever been made. It took many months and, you know, a lot of gray hair to figure out how to do it, but it finally was achieved.
This is a caterpillar that's been infected by several dozen wasp larvae. At which point, they chew their way through the skin of the caterpillar and squeeze their way out.
They created a ship of dreams.
It had to be the ultimate climax for their lives.
But for 9 shipbuilders aboard the Titanic, the dream became a nightmare. And the nightmare became a commodity. 100 years later, a global market for all things Titanic leaves the ship itself exposed.
The Titanic is really a deep-sea museum with the doors wide open.
That's my uncle's graveyard, and you don't desecrate a grave.
National Geographic Explorer-in-Residence Robert Ballard discovered the ship 27 years ago. Now he fears the Titanic will be lost again.
If the Titanic is not protected, it'll get stripped until all the jewels have been taken off the old lady's body.
People today should really understand that the ocean underpins everything that people care about. If you like to breathe, you'll listen up, because most of the oxygen in the atmosphere is generated out there in the ocean. The ocean shapes temperature, climate, weather. It's where most of the water is, and all life, people very much included, need water. So when rain falls out of the sky, doesn't matter where on the planet you are, the ocean is touching you. They should also know that just in a relatively short period of time, my lifetime, more change has taken place in the ocean than during all preceding human history. Changes, some of them good. I mean, we've learned more about the ocean since the middle of the 20th century than during all preceding history. We have technology that enables us to get high in the sky and look at the whole world and see that it's mostly blue. We can dive deep into the sea. James Cameron, National Geographic Explorer-in-Residence, filmmaker, many things, was one of 3 people, only 3, who have ever been to the deepest part of the ocean, and it's only 7 miles down, but at least we have the technology that makes that possible for the first time in history. Access to the ocean is now, as never before, a reality. We can go high in the sky, but we're still a little behind the curve in terms of exploring this part of the universe, Earth, Earth's ocean. We need to know that the ocean is in trouble, and that there are things that can be done now to reverse the decline of coral reefs. About half of them, since I began exploring the ocean in the 1950s, have either disappeared or they're in a state of serious decline. 90% of many of the fish are gone. They didn't just evaporate, we've eaten them, and we've also, through the methods used for capturing fish to take to market, have caused some real problems, like clear-cutting forests. We've clear-cut the ocean and left whole ecosystems in disarray. 50 years ago, we thought there's nothing that we could do to harm the ocean. The ocean is so big, so vast, so resilient. It was thought that the ocean is simply too big to fail. And a lot of people still think that, and that has to change because the ocean, as big and vast and resilient as it is, it's not infinitely so. We only have a little bit left to restore what has been lost.
I think I look for a personal connection in the way that I'm trying to capture the animal's essence. When I wrote my book, I entitled it Ocean Soul, and the reason was because it was an answer to the questions that I had received for many years about what it is I'm trying to photograph, and the answer was that life force that sort of exudes from every living creature, and even some places, particularly in the ocean, that I photograph. So I try to make the connection by just spending time with an animal, and it doesn't always happen. I think the thing that's unique about underwater photography is that I don't have the luxury of using a 600mm lens and sitting in a blind for a month waiting for some elusive animal to wander by. I need to go in the water and within an hour usually get within a meter or two of my subject and try to make a photograph. But when it does happen, it's magical. You get that sort of special grace or gesture that an animal gives you, and that's how I think the reader will connect emotionally with an image that I make. So I think it's really about spending time, and having done this for decades, you sort of know how to anticipate an animal's behavior sometimes. There's been many memorable photographs that I've made over the years, and you know, trying to pick your favorite is like asking you to pick your favorite child, I suppose. But there's a few that sort of come to mind, and one in particular was a photograph I made of my assistant standing on the bottom of the ocean next to a southern right whale. This was a story I was doing for National Geographic about the most endangered species of whale on the planet, the right whale, which was named the right whale because it was considered the right whale to kill. And I had photographed the beleaguered North Atlantic population, of which there's only about 500 left. And then I went to the subantarctic of New Zealand to photograph a newly discovered population there that nobody had ever photographed. It was a very speculative trip. I didn't know what I would find, but from the moment I arrived, the animals were very curious about me, and they spent a lot of time with me. And after diving alone for the first few days trying to make photographs without anyone else in the water, I had an idea of trying to get a human with the whale. And as if on cue, that particular day, this 45-foot, 70-ton southern right whale just swam up to my assistant and I in 70 feet of water on a white sandy bottom and spent about 2 hours. So I made this one image of him standing on the bottom as if he's having a conversation with the whale. And I think it has connected with people because he's standing, he's not just up in this blue void, and the size relationship is just so dramatic that I think it's a compelling picture for that reason. And to me, this is how nature should be. These are animals that had never seen humans before and hadn't learned to fear us. During the production of Mission Critical, I worked in many different locations in places all over the world to try to make these images of sharks, of some of the most predatory species of sharks, to try to help with this makeover. And there were a number of images that I sort of had in my mind's eye that I hoped to make, but one of the most difficult was getting a picture of a great white shark in the waters off Cape Cod, Massachusetts. What's happening in Cape Cod is really unprecedented in the world of natural history. We have a newly forming hub of white shark activity. This would be analogous to a new pride of lions emerging in Africa. Since 2009, white sharks have begun showing up in the waters off Cape Cod to feed on gray seals. The gray seals, it seems, were wiped out in the 1600s, and since 1972, with protection, they've started to rebound, and with that, the sharks have come back. But these sharks are completely wild. They're not in any way habituated or acclimated to humans. Other places in the world, you could put some fish in the water, some bluefin tuna, let's say, or any kind of tuna, and the shark would come over to the boat, but they won't do that in Cape Cod. So I spent over 2 seasons, about 5 months, trying to get a picture of a great white shark in Cape Cod with no success. I finally did it and sort of had this iconic moment during the filming of Mission Critical when I put a camera inside a decoy that we built, a seal-shaped decoy, and it was a technical challenge and a bit of a nightmare, but it finally worked. And on one given day, this beautiful big, maybe 16 or 17-foot white shark just swam up gently, didn't attack the decoy, just kind of came up to it, and I was able to make a portrait in this very green Cape Cod water in only about 5 feet depth of water.
Grab your banana.
I beg your pardon? A little early in the party for that, don't you think?
Yes.
Right. So yes, it actually works quite well.
This is one of our scientific analysis tools.
Yeah, it's pretty good because look what happens when you rip through.
Well, banana turns out to be a great way to model the breakup of Titanic. So imagine that the bow is going underwater and the stern's being lifted up, and you've got a center of buoyancy right here. This is going to be so cool because it's going to break just like the ship. So it starts to break at the top. There's a buckling failure underneath, which you can see right there. It starts to tear down, right? So now the stern's falling back, the bow's sinking down, and as they separate, whoa, check that out. There's the double bottom separating from the stern and from the bow. All right, now the only thing that's missing, you've got to tear it, and this is how the bow separates and drops down like that. Now the stern's sitting at the surface with this big piece of double bottom. Stern now floods, goes vertical, heads for the bottom at high speed like this, and this big piece of windage here that's flapping in the breeze bends back, breaks off, and goes frisbeeing off across the debris field about 1/4 mile away. Banana peel theory.
For over 70 years, the whereabouts of the world's most famous shipwreck were unknown. Until Ballard had an idea. Imagine this Nebraska field is the North Atlantic, and you're hunting for Titanic.
Somewhere in this wheat field is a trail. When the Titanic sank, it broke in half at the surface. Witnesses saw it. And these two pieces became giant salt shakers, shaking out their contents. So everything was coming out of the Titanic. Boilers were coming out, people were coming out, wine bottles were coming out. And during that free fall, it creates a trail of debris that's much bigger signature than the Titanic itself. So now, we're searching the ocean floor when we come across our first piece of debris, and then another. The pieces are getting bigger and bigger. We're going in the right direction. We're heading directly to the wreck itself.
September 1st, 1985, 1 a.m.
Initially, we didn't know if we were on the right trail until that magic moment when the boiler came underneath our cameras. We had a picture of that boiler on the wall of the control van, and everyone's head looked to the picture, looked back, and we knew it was the Titanic.
Careful with your oars. Even with only enough lifeboats for 50% of the passengers and crew on board, could the crisis have been managed more effectively?
Can anyone hear me?
Let me pose a problem based on everything you guys know. Let's say I've got a time machine and I can teleport you back to Titanic 1 second after the ship has already hit the iceberg. You can do anything, but you've already hit the iceberg. So it's really an exercise in could the crisis have been managed differently if they knew what we knew? How would you have saved everybody? And it's not meant as an indictment of the choices that were made by the captain and the officers. I think they were managing the problem about as well as humanly possible under the circumstances. But with what we know now, could we have done any better? Like, how would you have saved everybody?
Well, save everybody, I think it was not possible. We can save much more. We can shift the number, that's for sure.
I think you could save everybody. I think you could save everybody and their dog.
Really?
I think there's a couple ways to do it. There's two ways to do it that I can think of. There's a ship. There's a ship 6 to 8 miles away, well observed by everybody, right? It's there. You can see it. It's thought to have been the British steamship Californian, within radio contact of the Titanic right before the accident. One of the officers told people when they were getting in the boat to go row to that ship.
Captain Smith.
Captain Smith was telling people to row to the ship. Right? Why row to the ship? Why not drive your ship to that ship?
6 miles with a boat like that?
No, not that boat. That ship. Drive your ship to the other ship. And I would say even drive it backwards. You don't want to go too fast because you're damaged. You only got to go 6 miles. It's not very far.
No, but it's could be an hour or something like that.
You drive it backwards, it's going to tend to plane up slightly and not add to the flooding. You'd actually relieve the pressure and slow the flooding.
If I was
you think it's just pure head pressure?
Respectfully disagree.
Yeah. It's a big ship and, you know, the holes are far underwater and it just, I think Jeff and I made the point in there. We disagree with that one.
You're going to evacuate some of them, some are going to go in the water, and some are going to have to get picked up by the other ship. So that's your biggest problem is the transfer.
Driving a ship backwards, I was not in favor, but I had no objective reasons. It just seemed like the wrong thing to do to me.
My first favorite idea is to put everybody on the iceberg, because it's not sinking. Take a fur coat, sit on the iceberg.
If you have access to the iceberg.
Why don't you have access to it? You just ran into it.
You left it behind.
A couple hundred meters away. It was sitting right there.
If you have trouble convincing people to get into a lifeboat.
They didn't have any trouble when they got up to boat 13 and 15.
That was later.
Yeah.
That was later.
How are you going to put 2,000 people on an iceberg that you know is pretty irregular, and how in the hell are you going to get them on top? What I would do,
I think I'd be taking a chance on
well,
that.
here's
it's either that or
the option.
It's either that or cling to the stern, which is going down.
Option 2. They had received reports for days that there was field ice, and they knew they were within 5 miles of it. Field ice, pack ice.
Right.
Yeah, now that you can easily walk right onto from any shell door,
just drive the ship right into it.
I would have headed northwest until I hit the pack ice. Much easier than climbing.
But I mean, you have to sail. In this case, why you don't sail to the ship?
To the ship, because of the transfer problem.
I would prefer to be on the ship.
Well, you know, it's just
what if the ship turns out to be a 50-foot fishing sloop? How do you get 3,000 people on a 50-foot ship?
I don't think we came up with any super brilliant ways to solve it. You know, there were a couple that might have worked if you were incredibly ballsy and just went for them.
If you look at it from space, the top of the world, the white ice acts like a reflector, like a mirror that sends back sunlight and energy and heat back to space. That's what made the Arctic the cooling system of the planet. I was walking with Leo on the edge of the sea ice in the high Canadian Arctic, and I told him we will not be able to stand on the frozen sea anymore in about 25 years. Scientific projections are that by 2040, there's going to be almost no sea ice left in the entire Arctic. Climate change, through warming and acidification, is affecting the entire ocean. Because of that, the Arctic is warming and melting at a rate that is faster than anything else we've seen before. All that white cap that expands in the winter and contracts in the summer, every time is expanding less and shrinking to a smaller volume. That means massive melting of glaciers, no more sea ice. For all these animals that depend on the sea ice for their survival, like the seals and the polar bears, their populations are going to crash. For the rest of the planet, the melting of the sea ice is going to be associated with more extreme weather events. Some areas are going to experience more flooding, some areas are going to experience more droughts. So I don't think we're going to be very happy with the climate that's coming. There is only one thing that needs to happen to solve the issue of climate change, which is reduce dramatically our carbon emissions, our carbon pollution. That's it. We need to move from a fossil fuel dominated society to a society where renewable energies are more and more dominant. We cannot pretend that this is something that somebody else in the future will have to deal with.
We have to take action right now if we are to preserve a beautiful and wonderful planet that we will be very happy to live in.
When we get to Mars, we need to solve our basic needs, in particular protection from radiation.
The first crew that lands on Mars will live in their ship.
But you can't live there very long. The cosmic radiation and the solar radiation is going to penetrate the ship. You have to get underground quickly.
We now know there are certain regions on Mars that have an extensive underground network of lava tubes. This is where the volcanoes have existed for hundreds of millions of years, and as they've died away, they actually become huge rooms.
When we think about them in terms of human exploration, they could be an attractive place to consider.
They provide a structure that is radiation proof. You're in the huge underground cavern. You still have to have airtight hulls and stuff like that. It's not like it'll hold the air in, but it'll protect you from radiation, and it'll also protect you from temperature extremes.
The trick is lava tubes are not so easy to find because they're underground. We're still in the process of figuring out where those are, and mapping them is not a trivial thing.
Now, we'd also want to create some other kinds of living spaces outside of the lava tubes. For instance, we want to have inflatable, transparent domes lit by natural sunlight, and we can grow plants.
From my perspective, before any humans get to the surface of Mars, we were going to have sent in advance habitation with radiation shelters.
You won't use an astronaut to do something as quote-unquote menial as building a habitat. The final precursors will be an army of robots, and they'll begin to build the habitats.
I think about the technology we're developing today in 3D printing. Imagine being able to send a 3D printer to the Martian surface that pulls the soil out, adds some water, adds some binder, and is sitting there 3D printing shelters, and you've got your homes pre-built waiting for you right there.
Now, until such time in the rather distant future that Mars is terraformed, Mars will have a thin atmosphere, and so these things will have to be pressurized, and as a result, they can't be that big. They won't be miles in diameter like the domes you see in science fiction. But domes 50 meters, 100 meters in diameter, these are entirely possible.
We will have to live in dome cities and wearing spacesuits on Mars, for a long time. But that's not to say that we can't have a really nice life, but it's not going to be an Earth life. It's going to be a Mars life.
One of the big questions we have is, when we get to Mars, how much do we impact it?
The scientific community is very worried about Mars being contaminated by our efforts to go there and establish a civilization.
Because you don't want human microbes commingling with Martian microbes if we haven't yet discovered that Martian microbes yet exist.
But the fact is that we take ourselves with us wherever we go.
When you send humans, by definition, you're bringing Earth life to Mars.
Once certain microbes spread around the surface of Mars, then scientists will have a contaminated place to go look at. They won't have a true wilderness, and many of their results will be muddled, if not confused, and uncertain.
There's sensible steps I think we can take to satisfy not only the scientific inquiries, but also what might be the business interest that would come later.
One of the things that we're doing right now is planetary protection. When we send rovers to Mars, we have to be able to sterilize them. So that's why I really enjoyed this particular next decade without humans, because it gives us this chance to really study Mars in its pristine environment. That's what we want to do first.
The reason humans should go to Mars is because we're human. I mean, we are an exploring species. It's what's made us the dominant species on this planet.
If we only lived in one little plot of land on Earth, and we never went anywhere, I would say let's explore. I need a good reason to cross this ocean. Well, because we haven't done it before. How's that for a good reason? We might learn something tomorrow that we don't know today.
There's an old saying, why are you climbing that mountain? It's because it's there, because I want to do that.
It's what we do, we explore as human beings. And so going to Mars is an obvious next step.
It's
the great beyond in the most literal terms, right? It's the great beyond.
We humans love a target. We love to have something to shoot for, to aim for, and to build a plan to make happen. And Mars has that sexiness, that romance. I think it's galvanizing a lot of people right here, right now.
For me, it's just a curiosity. As a human being, I'm curious. You know, you want to know what's beyond that horizon.
Curiosity has actually fueled most of the great achievements that we've made in the world, especially through technology.
If there's a place you've never been, there's a scientist who wants to know what's there. Just the curiosity of inquiry.
We can understand the evolution and formation of our own solar system. We can start to understand how planets form and how they evolve. And we can also start to understand, you know, the distribution of life in the universe.
We're looking for life. So when you ask people, why are we going to Mars? Number one reason is because we're looking for signs of life elsewhere in the solar system.
And imagine if we can find that there are actually some cells or some signature of life on Mars. That would be a game-changing in our thinking about our position in the universe.
One of the things that happens when you go into space, and all the astronauts have talked about this, is that it changes your perspective about the Earth.
The human experience of actually being there will be revelatory in ways we can't even imagine at this moment.
The true awe of, hey, who are we in this universe and what can we learn about it and what can we therefore learn about ourselves, I think is a really great reason to explore.
One of the reasons that I really like is not seeing Mars as a challenge to overcome, but to see Mars as an opportunity to unite people together in a peaceful way. We can give not just ourselves, but our culture and our society and our species a goal and can unite so many different types of people together. You're actually addressing fundamental issues on Earth by giving people something optimistic to pursue. And that's why I want to see us go to Mars. And I want to leave that as a legacy for my children and for the next generations of our species.
You know, there are no vehicles that can take us to Mars right now. Right. And we don't go for rides as astronauts. I mean, I helped design the cockpit of the shuttle.
So you were trained as an engineer?
Yeah, I have an engineering background. And I mean, I helped change how we operate the Soyuz. Even as the pilot of a Russian Soyuz, I helped change some operations in the Soyuz. We are intrinsically involved with making space flight safe. And so go to Mars, sure, conceptually, it's easy to say, yeah, sure, I'd love to.
I got the orbit, I can plot it out, I'm there.
Yeah, just go 40% faster on our way, but I would want to be really involved with the vehicles and making sure that we had a reasonable shot. I don't want to die on the way to Mars, but I would love the opportunity to be part of that exploration.
Well, Mars, that's of course would be a very long journey.
With the engines we have now, yeah.
Yeah, certainly. And if it's a sort of a free energy transfer, there was 9 months or something there. Yeah, then you got to wait till we line up again, Earth and Mars.
We're never going to go that way.
So these are years.
Yeah.
And so you would need many guitars and many songs.
many cans of tuna, I think. Yeah, my prediction, we will never go to Mars with the engine technology we have right now. It's like trying to set up airline flights to Australia in 1920.
Impossible.
You know? We don't have the technology to make it safe enough that we can ever do it. We need to go from propellers to jets. We need to go from string wings to metal wings. We got to invent a bunch of stuff first. And there's no rush to go to Mars. There's no urgency. The Earth is a concern, but it's not horribly threatened that we have to abandon it. I think it's going to be incremental. From station, that's a 30-year project. From station to the moon, that's probably a 50-year project. And then eventually...
International Space Station.
Yeah, and then eventually to Mars. But there's no big rush. This is just natural human exploration.
Why not create a rush? Why not...
Well, the trouble is, if you make it a race, then as soon as the first person crosses the finish line,
then
you're done.
It's not in the culture.
That's not how we explore. It's not the right thing to do.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
So I asked Chris, what's it like to have flown before social media and then fly in the era of social media? Times are different. So I just asked Chris to reflect on the difference between then and now.
When you're asked to do something on behalf of a lot of people, how do you share the experience? What's the right way? On my first flight, I would grab a camera. This is in 1995. a Hasselblad with 70mm film in it, right? Take a picture of someplace. And first thing is, well, was that a good picture or not? Did I get the f-stop? Did I get everything just right? I don't know. So you bracket it, you hope. And then you get home, and a few weeks later, they have this big roll of film, and you look and go, what the heck is that? And you go, I think that picture's okay. And then they make you a print of it, and you go, yeah, that's a nice picture. I'd like a slide, please. And then they make you a slide, and now you have this little tiny slide of some place on Earth. And now, how do you show that to the person that it's interesting to? Now on the station, with social media, you can grab one of the cameras on board, take a picture of someplace, go click, pull the chip out, stick it in the computer, and on Twitter, immediately say, not just to people from that place, but around the whole world, say, look at this, look at this place. And the power of that was amazing to watch. Stuff happens so fast on a space station. You're going so quick around the world and on space flights, and often you kind of go, that was amazing, but I don't have time to think about it right now. I just have to shelve my reaction to that thing. I'm gonna maybe take pictures of it or something, and later on I'm gonna think about it. And I still...
So it's delayed emotional investment.
You have to. You can't keep up. It would just overwhelm you if you try to keep up emotionally with what's happening, especially during a shuttle flight. But even on a space station flight, if you and I were by the big window of the space station, and we went around the world once together, what would I show you? What would, hey, look at this, look what's coming, look up ahead at Mount Tanaka, or wait till we get to Tokyo, or look what we're gonna see of London, and then France 15 seconds later.
Cool. Would you say that social media has boosted public interest in space?
I think
I look at these Twitter numbers. Most astronauts have a Twitter handle, right?
Yeah, just about everyone now.
Just about everyone. NASA has 8.7 million followers.
Yeah.
The Mars Curiosity rover, the rover has 1.8 million followers.
More than Hadfield, or not as many as you, I would think.
Most of them are bots.
Look at him right here. God, he's big. Whoa, look at the size of that animal. Coming right at us. I am in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, which over the last few years has become sort of great white shark central. Man, look at all the seals. That explains everything, doesn't it? Wow. I have spent over 5 months trying to figure out how to make a photograph underwater in Cape Cod of great white sharks.
Right now we're just offshore here. This is the area where the shark was hunting.
Look at him, he's right there! Holy God, look at him! Come on, man, just smile. Come up to the back. Now he's going inshore. Damn it. What I've ultimately done was worked with researchers who had begun to design seal decoys as a way of attracting the sharks.
Yeah.
Holy God, look at him! Oh, yeah!
Yep, it's just deep, he's about his arm.
Damn!
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I had the idea of trying to modify their decoys with cameras. We created a wireless trigger system. I could remotely fire the camera from the boat. Put her in.
There's 3 sharks within our boat radius here, right in here.
Boy, is that nice. Look at how close he is. Nice shallow water. Kids are freaking out.
People have no idea just how close these sharks are to the beach. I mean, you could wade in and bump into one of these animals.
We have a shark coming from the south, coming north, and we're going to put one of our research decoys in and see if we can observe a predation in what is now about 15 feet of water.
There he is. He's coming. Come on, that's it. Come on.
There,
I see him. Oh. Holy.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh, yes. 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 Man, right at us. I mean, he came right like this. Man, that was sweet. We might have a picture. That's what I've been thinking about all winter. This particular photo, it was crystal clear. You can see deep into the animal's eye. You can see this sort of smile that these sharks have. But this animal also had some scratches on its face that I can only presume were caused maybe by an attack on a seal. We nicknamed it Mike Tyson because it had like a face tattoo. I wanted to create this sort of intimate portrait of one of these animals. I wanted to put a face on this shadowy creature that has been portrayed as a monster and show what they look like. To my knowledge, this is the first time a high quality or high resolution still photograph of a great white shark in Cape Cod waters has ever been produced, has ever been made. It took many months and, you know, a lot of gray hair to figure out how to do it, but it finally was achieved.
It's part of mankind to want to explore. You're tremendously curious about the world and you want to understand it better. You can't turn yourself off. I wanted to be able to go into any kind of environment, work with any kind of people. We realized that there were people building structures at altitudes that hadn't even been reached until about 400 years later. What's unusual about the Andes is it's one of the few places in the world where you can get items so well preserved that many of them can look like they're new. And that includes frozen mummies. Mummies are virtually perfectly preserved, so there is literally a real time capsule. The Incas solved problems that mountaineers didn't solve until 400 years later, so they were way ahead of their time, certainly the first climbers. The reason that we study high-altitude archaeology and why it's so important is to see this kind of link with the past. At a very young age, I saw myself as an explorer. And I'm never going to stop trying to solve mysteries.
We humans have always had a knack for ingenuity.
It works.
Especially when we push the boundaries of what we know and how we explore. To see what others have missed.
In 16 drops, we found 8 new species of fish.
And discover what was in front of us all along.
You got the fossil, huh?
When we take things apart, turn things upside down, and build our own tools when what we need doesn't exist. When we find new uses for old technology, or unlock old secrets with new technology. When we challenge, push, create, we can change the world together. Because amazing things happen when we all put our minds to it.
are gone. They have been fished out.
And it only takes a few fishing boats, and they can remove hundreds of years of biomass in just a very short period of time.
After 10 years as a professor, I realized that I was just writing the obituary of the ocean. I quit academia and assembled a team to do something about it. I want to show to the world what the ocean was like hundreds of years ago and why we have to preserve them.
What we do is hunt out the last pristine places in the ocean and protect them.
The ocean has amazing regenerative power. We just need to let it heal itself.
The moment I set my eyes on these remote islands, I know why we're here.
I was the first scientist to go into the cave once the actual remains had been discovered. I looked down and just thought, oh, really? I may perhaps have bitten off more than I can chew. But, you know, at the same time, the excitement of what we were about to do overwhelmed that fear. And yeah, I'm perfectly prepared to shove myself where I don't belong. I got this job by answering a Facebook ad.
I put a call out on Facebook saying, I need skinny scientists who are not claustrophobic in a dangerous and difficult environment.
And so I applied thinking, well, you know, give it a shot. A couple of days later, I got the email saying, you know, you're in.
God, this place is beautiful.
You're just pushing into somewhere entirely new. And I can imagine that's how the astronauts felt when they were going out into space for the first time. You just thought, no one else has done this. And, you know, Lee's grand plan, the whole team's grand plan, if there had been a serious accident deep in the cave, was that we would have had to send a medical team to them, and they would have had to live underground until they could get themselves back out again.
Critical issues, no one panic.
Yeah, see, it's a normal commute. A 200-meter obstacle course is your daily commute. Yeah. And at its narrowest, it's 7-8 inches, I guess. It's basically just a maw of rocky crags, so it's sort of like looking into the mouth of a shark.
Just trying to also slow it down a bit.
All you see is what your headlamp shows you, because you're deep underground. And my headlamp was picking up flashes of bone just here and there and everywhere, and we'd realized that we had more than one individual.
So we'll put pin number 1 right beside the mandible, and that's where we'll concentrate. Okay.
Skull is being flagged. You can see the skull here. We have our genus with that.
This is indisputably Homo.
Yes! Yes!
What Homo naledi has done is force everybody to rewrite the textbooks. The family tree that we always sort of think about and have been kind of adding little twigs and branches to along the way actually may be a lot bushier than we ever really realized. And so that opens up a whole new world of exploration and research that actually is really exciting time.
This is so cool. I was in Yellowstone for a year and a half. My job was to shed light on wolf behavior in a natural landscape. A lot of times wolves get persecuted, and this was an opportunity for me to just show wolves for what they were, for being large, beautiful megafauna carnivores. Being there for as long as I was, inherently you're going to see so many different unique wildlife events. I'm assigned to do wolves, but if I see an incredible thing happening over here, it's like, of course I'm going to photograph that. You can't look away. That's not what we do. There's a huge aspect of life and death in Yellowstone. It's always a bit hard when you're an empathetic human to see an animal suffering. This little elk calf that's like fresh to the world, and look at all these animals around me, and then it's like, welcome to reality. Now you're food for wolf pups. Photographing wildlife is always this balance between what you can control and what you can't control. You can't talk to animals.
What do you think she's doing?
Even if you could, it's like, that probably wouldn't be ethical. It'd be like, oh yeah, could you just like take your whole family of wolves and go up on that ridge line and like, oh, the moon's right there. Could you just start howling in front of the moon? That'd be great. Setting up camera traps becomes a little monotonous, and so sometimes you like pretend to be whatever your subject is, whether it's like a wolf or a bear, and you kind of like goof around and lighten it up. But a lot of the work that I did ended up being skiing around, snowshoeing around in the backcountry trying to get close to the wolves. Being out there and being by myself, you kind of worry about being a bear snack as well. But thankfully, I had a lot of training informally growing up. My brother and I had to walk 1.5 miles to the bus stop. The way back was always like this big explorer adventure session where we'd walk on the frozen brook and hopefully it would fall through.
That wasn't so bad.
Being self-sufficient was a big part of our childhood, and I didn't realize how much I'd use it now as an adult because, yeah, there's definitely some risks involved. But the whole goal is to make pictures that people haven't seen before, and inherently that means pushing boundaries. If it was easy, somebody else would have probably done it.
So this is our final attempt to get my camera as close as possible to a polar bear. One of our team members launches a drone, and all of a sudden the bear starts charging. People have lost their lives here. Alan runs out and grabs the drone. Like, that's important at this point. Come down to it. Come on. Yes, yes.
Excellent. Thank you. We got it. We got it.
And at that moment, I know I've made a photograph that will have an impact.
Steve, what are you thinking? I'm thinking that the leopard's really happy that he has a dead, stinky elephant to eat all day long.
Look at what I get to do. I get to work with big cats in the wild. But most of the time, cats act like your house cat. What does your house cat do? Exactly what it wants to do. And you're just hoping for that incredible moment of play between the cubs, the tenderness between mom and cub, and it's just a waiting game.
Look how close we are. There's mom, there's one of the cubs, the other cub's over there.
You get kind of nervous because she looks right up at you when she's 10 feet away. You don't know what she's thinking. But I work with pros that know these animals and they let me know what is safe and what is unsafe. And we spend sometimes all day with them, from dawn to dusk. The majesty of these animals when you see them in the wild, when they're free and come face to face with the leopard. And it's just an incredible feeling that never gets old.
Did you know there's a parasite called a jewel wasp that can do brain surgery on its host? It's this wasp that injects venom into the brain of a cockroach. As the cockroach is paralyzed, it weaves its stinger into the cockroach's brain. It feels around for the right part of its brain, and then it injects this specialized venom cocktail that actually removes the cockroach's ability to control its own behavior. The muscles of the cockroach recover, but it can no longer generate the will to move on its own. So then the wasp takes the cockroach by its antenna and leads it to its burrow, where it then feeds it to its young. I think that's one of the coolest stories I've heard in the natural world.
If you have an entire planet to explore, where do you go? Mars is a place where we can get rovers on the ground, but what is the one site that will tell us the most about Mars? So first, can we land there? Is it safe? Second, do we want to land there? And is this the best site for this mission? And third, once we get there, what exactly do we do? And what if our rover lasts longer than we expect? What do we do next? How do we keep exploring? There are many reasons that we want to go to Mars. The first big one is, why did Mars transition from what was once a warmer, wetter world to the cold, dry planet we see today? The other is, could Mars host habitats even today? We could go to a former lake, we could go to a deep canyon, we could go to an ancient volcano. Once the specific area is narrowed down, that's where the detailed assessment really begins. We need to absolutely get the landing site process right in terms of safety. Every pixel in the highest resolution images that we have on the surface is scrutinized for rocks that might be challenging to the landing system or obstacles that might inhibit rover driving. But there is no wrong choice from a science perspective. We will learn something wherever we are. It's just some choices could be more right than others in terms of the big picture understanding of Mars history or evidence for past life.
One thing that maybe people don't know is that there are glow-in-the-dark sharks. These are sharks that have compounds in their skin that take the blue ocean light and make other colors. For them, it's like having a secret mode of communication, like a covert channel. Unlike humans, they only see blue and green. So to them, this fluorescence that they're creating at depth is sticking out like a sore thumb. They can easily find each other.
There are a ton of fish in the sea, but there is one fish in particular that we are working very hard to take out, and that is the invasive lionfish. Lionfish were introduced off the coast of South Florida in the mid-1980s. Lionfish are prolific breeders. One lionfish and all of her offspring can produce 8.1 quintillion eggs in just 3 months. They're kind of like the Hoover vacuums of the sea. They gobble up anything they can fit in their mouth up to half their size. And unfortunately, that includes a lot of the native fish species that are ecologically and economically important. One of the really innovative ways people are tackling the invasive lionfish problem actually involves turning the fins and spines of lionfish into jewelry. So now the landing value of the lionfish is higher, and fishermen are starting to go after lionfish more and more. And they are the ultimate conversation starter. Who knew that wearing a fish could help save the ocean?
Anywhere on Earth that we find liquid water and other sources of nutrients and energy, we find life. So we're studying bubbles of methane that are coming out of the Earth's crust in the deep sea. This is a very interesting source of energy for microbes at the bottom of the ocean. On the seafloor, you see some bubbling coming up. So that's the methane gas. You see microbes that are living right at the edge of what is energetically possible. And these are the ones eating methane. On Mars, we found methane. About 2 or 3 billion years ago, there was liquid water over parts of the planet. We know that if there were also methane around, the microbes we're seeing at the seafloor here on Earth could have survived on Mars. Even finding microbes would be an enormous discovery. Any type of life outside of Earth would really fundamentally change our sense of what's possible in the universe and what it means to be living here on Earth.
Recently, there's been a lot of excitement about this mysterious star and the K2 data, the Kepler Space Telescope data. This star that has a bizarre dip in the amount of light that reaches the Earth. There is a chance that maybe the dip in the light is caused by an alien megastructure that's being constructed around this parent star. And that structure would then cause the light to dip as it orbits the parent star. Now, this idea of giant alien megastructures has been around for a long time. And basically, the idea here is that if you're a growing civilization in a solar system, you want to capture all of the energy from your parent star. You want to put solar panels or whatever in a shell around that star so you can grow and grow and not be limited by the amount of energy. And so there are some out there that are speculating that maybe what we're seeing is one of these advanced civilizations in the process of building up this shell, and the dips that we're seeing correspond to that shell rotating in and out of our view. Now, this is a far out and extraordinary hypothesis, but it's something we can't quite rule out yet. So the next step is that the SETI Institute will use some of its radio telescopes to see whether or not there are any radio signals coming with messages for planet Earth. I'm skeptical and I say probably not, but the little kid in me sure hopes it is what's going on.
Something that was so surprising to me when I started thinking about nuclear waste was the amount of energy that's left in it. So you could take all 270,000 metric tons of nuclear waste that exists worldwide, and you could turn that into enough electricity to power the entire world for 72 years, even taking into account increasing energy demand. So it's just staggering, and I think that we can start thinking of this nuclear waste as a resource to be tapped, rather than a liability that we need to sweep under the rug.
African bees are renowned to be very vicious, and elephants are terrified because they literally don't want to have a bee up their trunk stinging them. Elephants tend to rest under very big trees. And if there is a natural beehive, the elephants will hear the bees beginning to buzz and they will retreat or stop doing what they're doing. They know that bees, when disturbed, will swarm and sting. Knowing that elephants are scared of bees means that we can actually save elephants. Elephants are one of the most destructive animals in Africa. They're very, very hard to manage and control because they're so big and they're so intelligent and they eat a lot. If you put up beehives in areas where elephants like to raid farms, we can actually create a barrier between people and elephants by using bees. But we can also take advantage of the fact that it's just the sound of the bees that the elephants are aware of. So we can use instruments that make that sound, like drones, to actually chase elephants away from places where they could cause a lot of damage. Bees and the buzzing and the fear of bees being used to keep elephants safe, it's very cool.
If you look at the brain, it looks like multiple Grand Canyons. If you look at a mouse brain, you don't see that. It's very smooth. The outer mantle of the brain, the cortex, is very smooth in a mouse. But we have all these grooves and valleys in a human brain. The reason why we have all these folds in our brain is because across evolutionary time, our brains were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The brain was getting too big and it needed to fit in a skull. So this is called the surface area to volume problem. The way you increase surface area to volume is by creating these folds. You can simply pack more cortex when you have a folded brain.
Nature's deadliest animals are the biggest lifesavers. Today we have approximately 20 different medications coming from venomous animals. These venom toxins are a perfect template for medications. We sequence the genetic blueprint of the toxin. It gives us the luxury to vary the toxin in whatever way we wish. This is like a gold mine for medicine. We have 20 million toxins left unexplored in nature.
This is a caterpillar that's been infected by several dozen wasp larvae. At which point, they chew their way through the skin of the caterpillar and squeeze their way out.
There is no wrong choice from a science perspective. We will learn something wherever we are. What if our rover lasts longer than we expect? What do we do next? How do we keep exploring?
There is truly something very special about being in the water with a mako. The mako is also one of the fastest animals in the ocean. A mako shark can swim at bursts of over 45 miles an hour.
Think of the ocean that is not protected as a bank account where everybody withdraws but nobody makes a deposit. And you don't need to be an economist to know what's going to happen to the bank account. These marine reserves that are fully protected are savings accounts with a principal set aside that produces compound interest that we can enjoy. You want an ocean that is empty and full of plastic, or an ocean that is full of life that can continue providing for us?
A lot of times wolves get persecuted, and this was an opportunity for me to just show wolves for what they were, for being large, beautiful megafauna carnivores. The whole goal is to make pictures that people haven't seen before. And inherently that means pushing boundaries. You know, if it was easy, somebody else would have probably done it.
I've seen it in the basement in photo engineering for years. I asked about using it. We could work with predators with this.
Don't let her lick it.
I did not want her to lick it because it's not like you can get out and go pick it up and clean the lens off.
10,000 feet is really tough to do unless you have some special friend like this one. It's a wonderful passport into the ocean.
All of us depend on these ecosystems.
Yes.
It's the first aquatic dinosaur. It's bigger than T-Rex. You know, the story is just so rich. We realized that we were looking at something that looked unlike any other dinosaur ever found. It was very big. We actually mounted it at life size. Some of these spines are as tall as a person.
There are a ton of fish in the sea, but there is one fish in particular that we are working very hard to take out, and that is the invasive lionfish. Lionfish were introduced off the coast of South Florida in the mid-1980s. Lionfish are prolific breeders. One lionfish and all of her offspring can produce 8.1 quintillion eggs in just 3 months. They're kind of like the Hoover vacuums of the sea. They gobble up anything they can fit in their mouth up to half their size. And unfortunately, that includes a lot of the native fish species that are ecologically and economically important. One of the really innovative ways people are tackling the invasive lionfish problem actually involves turning the fins and spines of lionfish into jewelry. So now the landing value of the lionfish is higher, and fishermen are starting to go after lionfish more and more. And they are the ultimate conversation starter. Who knew that wearing a fish could help save the ocean?
Anywhere on Earth that we find liquid water and other sources of nutrients and energy, we find life. So we're studying bubbles of methane that are coming out of the Earth's crust in the deep sea. This is a very interesting source of energy for microbes at the bottom of the ocean. On the seafloor, you see some bubbling coming up. So that's the methane gas. You see microbes that are living right at the edge of what is energetically possible. And these are the ones eating methane. On Mars, we found methane. About 2 or 3 billion years ago, there was liquid water over parts of the planet. We know that if there were methane around, the microbes we're seeing
Recently, there's been a lot of excitement about this mysterious star and the K2 data, the Kepler Space Telescope data. This star that has a bizarre dip in the amount of light that reaches the Earth. There is a chance that maybe the dip in the light is caused by an alien megastructure that's being constructed around this parent star. And that structure would then cause the light to dip as it orbits the parent star. Now, this idea of giant alien megastructures has been around for a long time. And basically, the idea here is that if you're a growing civilization in a solar system, you want to capture all of the energy from your parent star. You want to put solar panels or whatever in a shell around that star so you can grow and not be limited by the amount of energy. And so there are some out there that are speculating that maybe what we're seeing is one of these advanced civilizations in the process of building up this shell, and the dips that we're seeing correspond to that shell rotating in and out of our view. Now, this is a far out and extraordinary hypothesis, but it's something we can't quite rule out yet. So the next step is that the SETI Institute will use some of its radio telescopes to see whether or not there are any radio signals coming with messages for planet Earth. I'm skeptical and I say probably not, but the little kid in me sure hopes it is what's going on.
Something that was so surprising to me when I started thinking about nuclear waste was the amount of energy that's left in it. So you could take all 270,000 metric tons of nuclear waste that exists worldwide, and you could turn that into enough electricity to power the entire world for 72 years, even taking into account increasing energy demand. So it's just staggering, and I think that we can start thinking of this nuclear waste as a resource to be tapped, rather than a liability that we need to sweep under the rug.
African bees are renowned to be very vicious, and elephants are terrified because they literally don't want to have a bee up their trunk stinging them. Elephants tend to rest under very big trees. And if there is a natural beehive, the elephants will hear the bees beginning to buzz and they will retreat or stop doing what they're doing. They know that bees, when disturbed, will swarm and sting. Knowing that elephants are scared of bees means that we can actually save elephants. Elephants are one of the most destructive animals in Africa. They're very, very hard to manage and control because they're so big and they're so intelligent, and they eat a lot. If you put up beehives in areas where elephants like to raid farms, we can actually create a barrier between people and elephants by using bees. But we can also take advantage of the fact that it's just the sound of the bees that the elephants are aware of. So we can use instruments that make that sound, like drones, to actually chase elephants away from places where they could cause a lot of damage. Bees and the buzzing and the fear of bees being used to keep elephants safe. It's very cool.
If you look at the brain, it looks like multiple Grand Canyons. If you look at a mouse brain, you don't see that. It's very smooth. The outer mantle of the brain, the cortex, is very smooth in a mouse. But we have all these grooves and valleys in a human brain. The reason why we have all these folds in our brain is because across evolutionary time, our brains were getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The brain was getting too big and it needed to fit in a skull. So this is called the surface area to volume problem. The way you increase surface area to volume is by creating these folds. You can simply pack more cortex when you have a folded brain.
One in every 5 breaths you take come from this tiny little organism called the Prochlorococcus that lives in the sea. It's a bacterium, blue-green bacterium. They're photosynthetic organisms that capture sunlight, take up carbon dioxide, and synthesize food. If you took 100 and lined them up, you might get to the distance of a human hair. They're that tiny. They produce 20% of the oxygen in the atmosphere, but was not even discovered until 1986. It took special instrumentation, special methods to even know that they exist. What else is out there that we don't know about, since we've only looked at maybe 5% of the ocean, let alone really explored it?
Zappaline means the garbage people. But the funny thing is that they don't believe there's such thing as garbage. So they believe that they are the recyclers. They moved in from the countryside when they were displaced by agro-industry, and they realized that if they couldn't do their farming on their land, they could farm the city. The women and little girls separate out the organics and feed it to the animals. The plastic and the glass and the metal go to the men to be shredded and sold primarily to the Chinese. 85% of Cairo's garbage is recycled by them. The only downside is that they don't have the investment capital and the political permission to really make their place efficiently clean. Like a good prospector or entrepreneur, they see value in things that other people can't see the value in, and they're very proud of it.
Nature's deadliest animals are the biggest lifesavers. Today we have approximately 20 different medications coming from venomous animals. These venom toxins are a perfect template for medications. We sequence the genetic blueprint of the toxin. It gives us the luxury to vary the toxin in whatever way we wish. This is like a gold mine for medicine. We have 20 million toxins left unexplored in nature.
This is a caterpillar that's been infected by several dozen wasp larvae. At which point, they chew their way through the skin of the caterpillar and squeeze their way out.
There is no wrong choice from a science perspective. We will learn something wherever we are. What if our rover lasts longer than we expect? What do we do next? How do we keep exploring?
first time I went into space, it felt like we were on the end of a slingshot. And when those solid rocket boosters fire, you realize you are going somewhere. The most spectacular moment was when you look out the window for the first time.
Earth. What's it like to look down? Some 200,000 miles from home, high above the invisible boundaries, the oceans, the entirety of our existence.
The really wonderful thing that happened to me when I was in space was this feeling of belonging to the entire universe.
This change in perspective, it's known as the overview effect. The realization that we're all passengers, hurtling through space at the mercy of the universe. High above the successes and failures of humanity, our differences seem small. Borders and conflict, unnecessary.
We're as much a part of this universe as any speck of stardust, any asteroid. The real issue is how do we operate here on this planet?
If nations can join together and do this amazing thing in space, imagine what we can do to overcome the challenges facing our planet.
We have to look inside of ourselves to figure this out.
Exploration reminds us that we're just a small part of an infinite universe. And we're all in this together. So maybe we do end up building a colony on Mars, or setting up shop at the bottom of the ocean. But in the meantime, we have plenty to do right here on Earth. After all, there's no place like home.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Explorers Festival stage, our host, National Geographic explorer Kenny Broad.
There we go. Thank you. It's a lot of clapping in one day. Thank you for coming back so quickly and on time for our final panel. We were joking earlier that it was 15 Earth minutes you had at the break. But if it was, did a quick calculation back there, or I asked one of the smart people to do the calculation that if it was 15 light year minutes, you could have traveled 169 million miles, 15 light minutes. So it's Amazon Prime speed. So anyway, I've got 1 foot in exploration. I've got 1 foot in academia. I have 1 foot in my mouth often. But, from the scientific community, the academic perspective, the general approach to trying to improve decision-making, either kind of at a policy level or individual level, is provide information, give more facts, and people will make better decisions. And I don't have to tell you that that's not necessarily how it works. We're not a fact-driven species. We're driven by the older paleocortical structures in our brain. We're emotionally driven. With this model of information deficit, it's a motivation deficit. How do you motivate people? That's one of the reasons why I work here at National Geographic, but I work here, but I don't get paid. So I work somewhere else, but this is probably the only large institution that can balance facts and driving emotion. And a lot of it is through very beautiful imagery. And I'll just put up one image. I mean, that's an inner space that's right off the road, and where I work in the Bahamas with 4 of us diving there, and it's invisible to most people, and it's our source of water. It means a lot to our day-to-day life, to human health, and versus me describing what our geology and hydrology is like, I can show one picture to get attention. But from lots of studies about cognition and why we make decisions, one of the big factors is trust in the person providing the information. You're not even completely hearing. You've made a decision based on how you view that person. And our moderator for this panel, I know all of you have heard him on Science Friday, Ira Flato. So IRA has been, I think they're in their 26th year of Science Friday. There's an online blog. He's actually, I think of him as a radio person, but he's been on The Big Bang and other television shows. He's got a new book out, which I had not heard about, so I wrote it down, called Present at the Future. And he promised me not to talk too much about him, so I'll let him run this panel. And please give a warm round of applause for Ira.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad you didn't say very many words, because sometimes I feel like somebody is giving my eulogy at my own funeral. So, but you know, we're going to talk about stuff that follows on what you heard this morning. In fact, if you all click your ruby slippers 3 times and say there's no place like home, no place like home, we're going to talk about our blue planet, the Earth. Because one thing that was really interesting about what we talked about this morning is even though everybody was talking about exploring the other worlds, the other planets, they all turned the discussion about taking care of our planet here first. So we're going to talk about what's the state of our planet here, how when we learn about things, someone mentioned that the Earth is a Rosetta Stone for examining the other planets. We'll talk about how we learn how to examine the other planets by learning about what we know about Earth. So I'm going to sit down and introduce our panelists, because we have 3 of the greatest experts in the world. Let me bring them on and have seats next to me. First on the end is Kevin Hand. Kevin is National Geographic Explorer, Deputy Project Scientist for Europa. Also Jane Root, and also Sylvia Earle. Sylvia, come on out. Sylvia. Sylvia, gosh, I don't know. How do I introduce Sylvia Earle?
Here's Sylvia.
Introduce yourself. Tell us what you want the audience to know about you.
I'm an explorer in residence at the National Geographic.
There you go. And Jane, you're a documentarian.
Yes, I'm a television person. I feel like, what am I doing here with all of these great scientists? What my job is to put science on television. And we are working with National Geographic in doing this huge project called One Strange Rock. So that's why I'm here.
Okay, we'll have a look at that documentary in a little bit. But first, let's talk about, let me start with you, Sylvia. You were here, you were listening to what we heard about the Earth this morning. And the oceans, how would you sum up what you're trying to do now? I asked you before, and you said to me, I'm trying to save the world.
We're trying to save the humans. Well, it all goes together. That in my lifetime, I've been a witness of a greater era of learning, of knowing, than during any time in history. We're talking a few decades. But at the same time, the greatest loss in all of human history. And I say that having really tried to look at the numbers, what's happening, what we're doing, changing the nature of nature, looking at altering the skies above, the wild creatures who share Earth with us, the nature of water. And we do it at our peril. But the great thing is, for the first time in all of our existence, we have knowledge to be able to size it up and reflect on what we can do to actually find a place for ourselves within the natural systems that make our existence possible. One thing that's, I think, a little bit troubling about the presentations that I've heard today is that it seems to be so much about us, out of context with that which makes us possible. I mean, Carl Sagan once remarked that if you want to make an apple pie from scratch, you first have to invent the universe. You go way back. We go way back. Our existence did not start 10,000 or 300,000 years ago. It started when life started. And we're still totally attached to it. I mean, we're not just who we think we are. You know, microbes abound in us and make what we think of as us alive, possible. Microbes actually rule the world. Maybe they rule the universe. The great thing, though, is knowing and seeing for the first time the limits of what we can do to this little blue part of the planet and still get away with it, to still have a planet that works in our favor, to still have that range of temperature that suits us, to have all those organisms in the ocean and on the land that generate oxygen, take up carbon, that we're a part of all this, not apart from it. Now, I'm mindful. I mean, I've been around a few decades, and I've met some turtles that are at least as old as I am, and some albatrosses that began flying about the same time I started to dive, and we're witnesses to this time of change. And the great thing about being humans is that we know why the changes are taking place. The albatross might know that the ocean has changed, that there are fewer squid, fewer fish, and a lot more plastic in the ocean. Doesn't have any idea how it got there or what to do about it. But life is getting harder for a lot of creatures, including humans. But we do know what to do about it. We do know why it's happening. And that's what's great. The first time that we actually can size up who we are in a way that we never could before going in high in the sky or deep in the ocean. And maybe most of all, where we're going and how we're going to get there. But it requires that we respect the life on Earth beyond just us. And so what am I doing? I'm trying to do everything I can to inspire people here at the Geographic, around the world, to embrace the natural systems, national parks on the land, blue parks in the ocean. I love the Geographic's Pristine Seas project. I love the idea of hope spots that the organization I started, Mission Blue, is trying to get people around the world to embrace places they love and then commit to taking care of them. Well, there's one place we all should love, and that's called Earth, the blue one. Take care of it. Your life depends on it.
Thank you. Well, Janet, I know the subtitle of your series, One Strange Rock, it talks about the fragility of the planet, right?
Well, the starting point for me of One Strange Rock is that image, really. It's the fact that we are living in a time when it's possible to see the Earth from space. And that's a unique and incredible image, which I think has profoundly affected how we think about everything on Earth. I think when those images first started to arise, nobody really understood the real emotional and psychological significance of them. The fact that we can see our planet from the outside, nobody had ever done that before. And we can see both its intricacy and its amazingness and its fragility in a way. And so the core of One Strange Rock is that it's a series narrated by astronauts, but about the Earth. And we have 8 incredible astronauts who talk about the experience of scientifically understanding Earth from space. And when we talk to people about this, they say, oh, you have all these astronauts. Chris Hadfield, who I know was here this morning. People said, so it's about space, right? And we're like, no, it's not about space. It's about being in space to see Earth and to appreciate Earth and understand the uniqueness of this strange rock. And that's why it's called that.
Can you have a little clip?
Yeah, if you have a little clip.
I'll play a little clip of...
And this is still work in progress. We're like halfway through making this series.
From space, you can see how strange the Earth is. Somehow, this is a planet perfect for life. I really wish that everyone could see the world the way that I've had a chance to see it. You have to wrench yourself away from the wonder and the strangeness of it. This is the story of how a big lump of rock came alive. It's all just so wonderfully unlikely. And yet it's here.
Wow. Wow. And Jane, when will we be able to see that? When does...
It will be on the beginning of next year. As you can see, it's a kind of small scale, not much money, not much, just a little thing.
Sure. It's like everybody's backyard, right? We're going to go visit that. And that's the thing, is that we were listening before about how little of the Earth's surface, and the Earth's surface is mostly covered with water, so how little of the oceans we actually know about has been explored, right? And this is an attempt.
And how little is being invested in solving that problem. I mean, James Cameron used his own resources, for the most part, to build his submarine. I did the same thing, far less scale, but they aren't just out there like Hertz Renesub. You've got to solve these problems. And I was asked once when I was the chief scientist at NOAA, well, if you had the budget of NASA, what would you do with it? Right. I mean, would you know how to spend whatever it is? Let me at it.
Well, that's a good segue for talking to Kevin about, you are investigating going to one of the moons of Jupiter, Europa. What is so fascinating about going there?
So what motivates my exploration is a very simple question. Does biology work beyond Earth? And I mean that in the context of not astronauts going into space. We know they still work. But I mean it in the context of, does the origin of life occur frequently or infrequently? Is it a rare occurrence or a common occurrence? And so when we look out in our solar system, there are oceans beyond Earth where we might be able to see whether or not a second origin of life occurred. Now, in that context, when I think it's important for the crowd to appreciate, when I was first asked to be on this panel, they said, well, yeah, we kind of want to have a little debate about space versus Earth and doing things elsewhere. And then they were like, yeah, and Sylvia will be on your panel. I said, I'm not going to debate Sylvia. You don't debate her deepness. She's the oracle of the ocean, and when the oracle speaks, you have to listen. So
there you go. Respect must be paid.
Yes.
Willie Loman once said. And so how do we know that there's possibility of life on Europa?
Well, the physics takes a bit of time. If we get a chalkboard, we can go into some of that. But the basic thing to appreciate about the earliest days of our solar system is that the inner solar system, we have rocks, one strange rock, right? The outer solar system was where a lot of the smaller molecules, specifically water, froze out and condensed out. And so we actually have a lot of water in the form of ice in the outer solar system. Now, coupled with that, when you take a moon like Europa or Enceladus and have it orbit something like Jupiter, which is 318 times as massive as the Earth, the tidal energy tug creates enough internal heating to sustain a liquid water ocean beneath Europa's ice shell. And we think that liquid water ocean contains about 2 to 3 times the volume of all the liquid water found in Earth's oceans. It's an ocean that's there today, and we think it's been there for the history of the solar system. And we think that it has a rocky seafloor, and this is where there's an incredible partnership that's developing right now within NASA and across agencies. You heard from Alan Leonardi earlier today, where we're trying to get NOAA, NASA, and NSF, and all these different agencies to work together, because one of the things that we need, that I would eventually need if we want to put robotic vehicles into Europa's ocean, is the capability to do these things autonomously with all sorts of incredible technologies. Well, guess what? We need to develop and utilize those technologies here on Earth to build that bridge to eventually explore these ocean worlds beyond Earth. So there's a great sort of technological symbiosis that's going to push us forward in our own ocean, while simultaneously providing the capabilities to someday explore these oceans beyond Earth.
Sylvie, do you look at this as competition?
No. I think I embrace the technology wholeheartedly. The AUVs, the ROVs, the things that we haven't yet thought of, and certainly being there personally. I think we've got, that's the whole spirit of exploration. Let's go. That's what little kids want to do, and that's what little kid astronauts, little kid James Cameron, little kid Sylvia Earle, we want to be out there experiencing. A picture's worth 1,000 words, you bet, but an experience has got to be worth 1,000 pictures, and we need it all. We need it all. The frustrating thing is knowing how much we don't know about this part of the solar system, this part of the universe, and it's not either or. For sure, we should be doing exactly what you're describing and what we've heard a lot about today. But why neglect our home?
Yeah.
When I go into the ocean, I expect to see new things every time that I dive. It's a given. And I'm not just talking about new species. That's so easy. It's new insights, new understanding. It's not just the rock, and it's not just the water. It's the life that makes our lives possible. If we went back to this planet 1 billion years ago, be plenty of water. It'd probably be a lot of life. We think a lot of microbes scooting about, and maybe even some multicellular things. But could we breathe the air? I don't think so. It's taken a long time to get our life support system in place. It's taking us a very short period of time, we're talking decades, to begin to unravel it, to take it apart, to look at Mars and say, can we terraform Mars? And then we look at ourselves and we're Marsiforming Earth. We are. We're making this planet less hospitable for life while we're trying to make the red one more hospitable for us. So the key is, it's like a collision right now, I think, of urgent knowing who we are, what's happening to our life support system, all of the Earth, the living Earth. Ed Wilson, the Ant-Man at Harvard, big thinker, says that we need to fully protect at least half of this blue planet, land and sea, with all the diversity that is embraced. You'd miss a lot of things, but you'd save a lot of the ingredients that have taken all preceding history to develop what we need to survive. The living systems, the water cycle, the carbon cycle, the nitrogen cycle, the sulfur cycle, you name it, the chemistry of the planet. That we didn't know about most of this when I was a kid, and go back a few hundred years, poor old Aristotle. Think about Galileo, even more recently. He had to defend his position that Earth is not the center of the universe. And there are a lot of people who still act as if Earth is the center of the universe, and then maybe Washington is the center of that, but.
Do we need defenders of the Earth? There actually was a
all of us.
Do we need more vocal scientists and younger scientists? You and I, we're senior citizens. James Cameron's getting up there in age.
He's still a boy.
He's still a boy. where are the younger scientists who can take your place and be vocal about defenders? Are they there? Are you grooming them? Or where are they?
Well, earlier this week, we've seen wonderful reasons for hope in the kids coming along, right? You've been here? Amazing. Think about this, that the 10-year-olds of today, let alone the teenagers, have access to knowledge, and a lot of it's already packed in their heads, that no one could know 100 years ago. It's not that we didn't want to know. I think dolphins may wish to know what stars are. They might wish, they may even have figured out that the sun is a star. Elephants are really smart, but they cannot know, and none of our long ago predecessors could know, what 10-year-olds today know. That's cause for hope. And they're using that knowledge. I feel it, I see it, I revel in it. And I think if we're going to pull out of this trajectory toward losing, we heard today, 90% of many of the fish, in a few decades, we've done such a good job of consuming them, and squids and octopuses and shrimp and clams and oysters, Chesapeake Bay. We're down to less than 1% of what was there when my dad was a kid. In Chesapeake Bay, our backyard, right here. We know how to kill things, including one another. The real trick is, can we turn to this era of caring that comes from knowing? We heard that today, too, that knowing is the key to caring, and that leads to action.
Jane, do you think One Strange Rock can help motivate younger viewers or viewers to get involved?
I think that having an emotional experience watching the world is an incredible thing that motivates you to take action. And that's always the core of the kind of programs that we make, is to activate both your heart and your mind at the same time. And so if you can be astounded by something, awe, I think, is a really important part of our relationship with the planet. And we both want a methodical, thoughtful, investigative relationship with the planet, but we have to hold on to that really little kid inside of us. I was smaller than 10, I think, when I first watched science programs and was like, oh my God, it's so exciting, it's so wonderful. And I think as long as you plumb in that kind of intensity of experience, then I'm immensely hopeful about our capacity to engage people. I really am. My husband always says that, oh, you're just such an optimist. And I don't ever really get over that.
But you're also passionate.
Yeah, of course.
But that actually helps, being passionate about what you believe in and what you would like to do. It spreads virally among people. That if you're passionate about it, maybe I'm missing out if I don't investigate what makes these people so passionate about things.
There's something about just seeing an image and wanting to know, where on earth was that? I know when they first showed me those images from Danakil in Ethiopia, the colored plains, the Earth's most inhospitable place to life. And I was like, oh my God, where is that? Can I go? What is it? What's happening there? Explain to me what's going on in that place. I think that's just a very human thing. That's one of the great things about being a human, isn't it? That I hope that dolphins want to know about stars, but I also really know that people want to know about things.
But it's also the discovery of life in the inhospitable places, whether they were down in the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, it's inhospitable for us, but it's just right for them.
Exactly.
But that gives Kevin the impetus, and people like him, to say, well, if they can survive in such inhospitable places, maybe a planet of Jupiter or Saturn is not such an inhospitable place.
That's right. Earth serves as a guide. And as Sylvia was saying before, a lot of that story of life in extreme environments really is about the microbes. And as much as I love Geographic, Geographic gives microbes sort of short shrift. They're not very big, large, charismatic macrophages.
We at Science Friday love the microbiome, so we're talking about it all the time.
You get a picture of a tiger or something and then cover image. Microbes have a harder go of it. But
they're hardy.
They are incredibly hardy, and and what is amazing and beautiful about life on Earth is that we are all connected.
Yes.
We are all one tree. And so from the most bizarre and extreme of microbe in Ethiopia to the craziest of rock stars, we are all connected by that DNA, RNA, protein paradigm. And that then leads to the question, is there another way to get the business of life done? If you have similar conditions, if you've got water, carbon, and active seafloor, and you run the experiment again, will you arrive at DNA and RNA and proteins and ATP? What's contingent and convergent about the origin of life and the evolution of life? And so, fortunately, my work has allowed me to explore some of these extreme environments on Earth to gain an understanding of how biology and the planet interact. Because for all we've learned about life on Earth, we don't have a good answer to the following question. What is life? We don't actually have a good, succinct, universal definition of life. Part of the limitation there is for all of the diversity of life on Earth, we really only have one sample of life. It's that DNA, RNA tree of life.
And that's fascinating, I think, that as a biologist, the two big miracles of how diverse all of, I mean, no two people who ever have been or are or will be are exactly alike. And it's true with cats and dogs and horses and fish. And some say maybe even with microbes, you know. We can have clones, but they're not, you know, you get right down to the mutation. But the greatest diversity, that uniqueness of everything alive, but how the common chemistry that runs through all of us, and that we are totally connected. The idea of setting up housekeeping somewhere else with a few ingredients that we might think to take along. If you've seen The Martian, maybe it'd be handy to have some potatoes in our package. But it's really a challenge. We take so much for granted here. And I think that's a change that is beginning to put us in a better place. I, as a kid, thought the ocean was simply too big to fail. You couldn't put enough stuff in the ocean or take enough life out of the ocean to change the ocean. But now we know the chemistry of the ocean is changing, in part because of what we're putting in, the acidification driven by excess carbon dioxide that we, oh, by the way, put into the atmosphere, warms the planet, all that. But it's also the extraction of carbon-based units that we call fish, sharks, shrimp, clams, whatever it is. We're taking the not just the life, but the mechanisms, the machinery, if you will, just cutting big swaths through the cycling of what makes life possible. So it's knowing this and knowing how it affects us personally. And if we're going to replicate a place somewhere else, okay, how are we going to go about that? We tried it with Biosphere 2, you might remember.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. And it kind of lasted for a while, and then they found out more work needs to be done to succeed, even when you're right here on Earth. And they had a capacity to select from the gazillions of variations on the theme of life that we then knew about. So it's a challenge. It's a worthy challenge.
And how do we take up that challenge? I mean, we mentioned briefly about the money problem and about how you have had to fund your own projects.
Yeah.
Jim Cameron has had to fund his own projects. Do we need an Elon Musk-sized person to create some giant, instead of going off to Mars and creating colonies there, to fund the project for just mapping? We heard today how little of the ocean floor is mapped.
And it's not just the floor. The real part of the ocean is the juicy part. It's not the bottom, it's not the top, it's this part where life exists.
This part, that far part. Yeah.
The ocean.
Yeah.
Here's the top, here's the bottom. We haven't mapped the bottom, but we haven't mapped the currents that flow through it. We haven't really seriously mapped the migrations of organisms that go vertically. It's really difficult. How do we go about doing that? The flow of the temperature layers. It's not just, one big consistent body of water. They're salinity gradients or temperature gradients, light gradients. Most of life on Earth lives in the dark below 1,000 feet, because that's where most of the ocean is, and that's where most of life on Earth is.
Well, let's talk about what's happening. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add to that. In my experience working in the ocean and being on a few different expeditions, it's become so apparent that the oceanographic community suffers from a problem that's somewhat similar to what we have in space. In the space community, we are governed by the tyranny of the rocket equation. Whatever you want to send somewhere else, whatever the mass of that probe is, it has a repercussion back into the mass on the launch pad in terms of propulsive mass and all those things. Part of our current modality for exploring our ocean is big vehicles, and big vehicles require big boats, and big boats are expensive, and everything just compounds on that. And so part of what we're trying to do at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and by bridging JPL and the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution and other places, is pluck the low-hanging technological fruit that could potentially allow us to make smaller, deep ocean vehicles that we could deploy in huge armadas, so that we can start to really map and make these great discoveries, as Sylvia has been such a great advocate for.
Mm-hmm. And small manned or womaned submarines.
Robotic.
Yeah, that too. It's not either or. A lot of people want to say, you don't need submarines now, we got robots, but we need both. We really do. And I like the little submersibles that you can pick up and put on this ship or that ship. You can put it in a box or a truck, drive it on a trailer, put it in an airplane, and take it here and there. In the past, most of the big subs have required dedicated ships for support. And it's great. We need more of them too.
You know, the interesting irony about all of this, and you probably noticed, Jane, is that people love to look at this stuff, to watch the exploration. They love to know about this thing. That what's going on, they want to know what's going on, not just in outer space, but what's going on in the oceans. When you bring pictures back,
we got millions of divers.
They eat it up.
But they can only go that deep. And then you hit hard against our physiology. And then you've got to be just, as astronauts, you can't exist in a vacuum, up in the sky. And in the depths, it's the same. You just have to package yourself so you can go.
Well, let me ask you, you hold the record for going deep by yourself in a little diving outfit, right?
No, James Cameron does.
But he went in a... You actually walked on down there.
Well, that's
1,200, how deep was it?
Well, that was a long time ago. This was 1979, in a gym suit that looks like an astronaut suit a little bit, or walking refrigerator, arms and legs. But it's just a suit that protects you from the pressure. But there are limits to how deep you can go with articulated limbs and your arms down metal sleeves. Cameron, you may have heard, talked about the beauty of the sphere that accepts pressure equally on all sides. And so it's a matter of getting the smallest sphere that will accommodate one or two or however many people you can cram into a sphere. And again, it's the engineering issue of weight and balance and battery power and this and that and the other thing. But there are solutions. And that's the great thing. If we put even a tiny bit of the energy, and I'm not talking just dollars, I'm talking energy, thought, into let's explore this part of the solar system, our own blue planet, that we have invested in going in the other direction. I mean, we're kind of getting there. I see it happening. I think we're on a roll. But why didn't it happen 50 years ago?
I mean, one of the surprising things in making One Strange Rock is all the astronauts that we talked to. We expected them to be very, very committed simply to space, and absolutely passionately they all are, but they had all had these kind of profound experiences about looking back at Earth. Mike Massimino tells us a wonderful story about deliberately positioning himself to watch the Earth rise and then crying. And he was so overwhelmed, he cries, and then he has this big moment of worrying that he now has water in his spacesuit, and that's a very bad thing. And he also says, and he tells it much better than me, but how embarrassed he was that there might have to be an investigation into what had happened in his spacesuit. And then he'd have to admit to NASA that actually he was just crying because he was overwhelmed by what he saw and it wasn't a scientific malfunction. And I think Mike's experience of that is something which really propels you into thinking about looking at our Earth in a different way. And I think that's a very profound thing that connects up with what you're both doing.
Mm-hmm. But let's flip that around. So the astronauts go up into space and they've got the overview effect experience. The human experience in the deep ocean. So my background's physics and astronomy. Many years ago, Jim Cameron was like, hey, I want you to talk about Europa at the bottom of the ocean. And so I got the chance to go into submersibles and make a significant number of dives down to hydrothermal vents in various places. And that was a transformative experience for me to be in a submersible and to see the depths of our ocean. And I'll never forget, the way you find a hydrothermal vent, Jim was talking about trying to find the Titanic, and there's no signposts. For hydrothermal vents, there are signposts. It's life. You get down on the bottom of the ocean, it's a desert, but then you see a little zawarcid fish, or you see a little, something swim by, and so you follow it, and the trail of life leads you to the hydrothermal vent, because that's what their ecosystem is based on, the chemosynthesis of the hydrothermal vents. So it was a transformative experience for me, and we need more of that.
We do. Chemosynthesis, what a concept.
Yeah.
Did not know about such things when I was a kid. Now kids grow up with textbooks and kids' books and television programs, pages of the National Geographic that celebrate the discoveries that really are transforming the recognition that we are a part of nature, not apart from it. Right. And that if we are to make the leap to go somewhere else, even to the moon, we have to be very thoughtful about how do we pull this off? How do we populate whatever it is that we take with us in such a way that we have something that is, like home. And not just because it moves our hearts and our minds, but because we need the natural systems that keep us alive. It's a matter of necessity. It's not just rocks and water. It's life that we share the planet with that keeps us alive. And now we have to return the favor, keeping the rest of life on Earth alive. We're losing so much so fast.
I want to go, because we're running out of time. We're going to take a few questions in about 4 or 5 minutes. But before we run out of time, I want to talk about the 800-pound environmental gorilla in the room, which is climate change, global warming, and the melting of the polar caps and all that fresh water going into the oceans and just the effects of the climate. Tell us what you think we can expect the ocean's changes to be like. Is this something that enough people are worrying about?
Everyone should take notice, and everyone should take action, doing what everyone individually and collectively can do. First, arm yourself with knowledge, and then you're motivated. Know what is causing the warming that's melting the ice and acidifying the ocean, and then doing what you can do, looking in the mirror, looking what you do, and then motivating the people around you, and see if we can take us from where we are, going like this, to a planet that is less favorable for us, to move in a recovery phase. That's what we have, I think,
we have a recovery phase left? There is possible.
I do.
We haven't reached that tipping point.
We can't go back, but we can make Earth better than it otherwise would be if we just sit around and say, can't do anything about it. It's too late. It's too big. I'll enjoy myself and forget about the kids. Well, the kids aren't going to let you get away with that. I mean, I've got 3 kids. I've got 4 grandsons, and boy, they're motivated. And yes, the actions we take times 7 billion, or even times 100,000, whatever it is, moving things toward a better place. What we put into the air, what we put into the water, what we take out of the water. We're stripping the ocean of wildlife. Think about what you're eating. I mean, I'm not telling you what to eat, but just think about it. I mean, we don't have eagles and owls on the menu, but we have their equivalent in the wildlife we take from the sea. we need systems that work in our favor. We protect national parks and wildlife on the land, and we're beginning to do the same thing in the ocean. But it's like 3% of the ocean that is proactively and strongly protected. But we're going in the right direction. And I think there's plenty of reason for hope.
So we're not going to see changes in the ocean currents? Because
we will.
We will.
At the rate we're going now, yes, because the melting of the fresh water flowing into the North Atlantic, the Greenland melting, that is going to shift the Gulf Stream. It's going to shift the deep sea flow of cold water that normally sinks. We've got fresh water that now sort of floats on the top, and it's measurable. That's the thing. We're not making this up. You can just go and look for yourself. You can take the thermometer. You can arrange to go on, or you can look over the shoulder of those who are doing the heavy lifting to make those observations and then trust what they're telling us, that we have a really serious job to do and not much time to do it in. But it's not hopeless.
Well, why do you think the rest of the world sees this and we're the outliers?
I just keep thinking of marketing. We need science to be cool and, have people tuning in to the truth, not the alternative truth, but, the real deal.
Okay.
And then think about what part you can have in elevating the knowledge, the truth, if you will, into policy, into practice. Even without laws, individuals are sometimes, it's what makes laws possible, is to get people motivated.
Did you want to say?
Well, I was just going to say, that communication aspect, you also have to hit them where it hurts and hit them at home. This past fall, I spent nearly 2 months up in the Arctic, and we saw essentially no multi-year ice. We only saw first-year ice. And I can come back and I can tell people about how the ice is vanishing in the Arctic, et cetera, and sometimes that works. But what I often find more effective is, how much do you like deer ticks?
Not so much.
Right? And just over my own lifetime, I grew up in Vermont. Beautiful mountains and hills, and
your maple trees are moving to Canada.
Right.
They are.
And so you can see the change just in our own lifetime, and it affects how we interact with the environment. And the insects are loving what we're doing to the climate. Yeah. And if you're a fan of climate change, you're a fan of ticks.
Yeah. And mosquitoes.
Or if you're not a fan of climate change, you are a fan of ticks.
All right. We're going to take questions from the audience. Let me go while the mics are going around. Let me get a question from the app. Do you think some of the reluctance associated with oceanic exploration stems from a fear of further exploiting the Earth? Can you make things worse through discovery? Sylvia.
Well, I've gotten that question sometimes because I've started little companies to develop technologies to overcome, to gain access to the sea. And people say, you're just making the problem worse, as the person is asking here. But look, the biggest problem facing our future is ignorance. Full stop. Full stop. And we need access to the skies above. Think of what we now know about everything, because we've gone up. And yes, there's been a cost to that in terms of pollution, and you can think of the downside. And it's also true going into the ocean. We can more effectively find places to destroy, to mine, to fish with technology. But if people know what's there, you cannot care unless you know. You might know and not care, but you can't care if you don't know. And getting the technology, I'd love to democratize access to the sea, to the deep sea, so that you can, anybody here want to go in a submarine?
Yeah.
Yay. So we want to make it possible. I applaud the ROVs and the AUVs, and that's democratizing access to the sea. giving knowledge that could not exist before right about now.
Mm-hmm.
But we really need to hurry and amp it up. So the trade-offs are there for sure. But I think knowledge is going to be the winner.
Who has Mike? We claustrophobic challenge. We'll have to do the visual thing instead. Yes, let's go right here first.
Hi, thank you guys so much for coming. I think just along in the vein of democratization to information and to be able to share this amazing experience that all of you have had and the way that you've pushed the mantle of knowledge and information for humanity forward. Have you ever thought about expanding the audience to which you're trying to share your experience with? I'm also a National Geographic explorer. I founded a company called Eco Energy. We do solar electrification of off-grid communities and emerging economies because climate change is something that's very important to me. We're also now bringing information to low-income communities in countries like Pakistan. If there's a way that we could work together to show the people in the communities that I work, people that are illiterate, people, children that look like my children, my family's Pakistani, but if there's a way that instead of speaking to an audience that is so homogenous, if we could get this information and your experience and share it with people in developing countries that are going to have to take the responsibility for climate change and change their trajectories into a clean energy trajectory. If we want that to happen and we want to truly fight climate change, I think it's incredibly important that we change the audience to which we're addressing and we cast a much wider net.
Any reaction?
Well, I'll jump in again that yes, I totally agree with you, and that's part of the democratizing access to the sea and also sharing the view, which is part of the reason that I love the association with the National Geographic. It's a huge megaphone that reaches the world in many languages at all ages. And an example that I loved participating in last year, a National Geographic film called Sea of Hope, where we scooped up some teenagers, including a couple from the Hood in Washington, D.C., who had never been on an airplane, never seen the ocean, and they wound up swimming with whale sharks, diving with dolphins, getting into a submarine in Hawaii. And it was really a gift for those of us involved with the project to see through their eyes what they care about and to empower them with opportunities to experience something they could share at home. And they're really good with their thumbs and sharing the view with the rest of the world. So it's a start, and you're right on.
Let's go right there. Yes, sir.
Can you build confidence in science without building complacency too? Can I become so impressed with science's ability to do things, Sylvia making science cool, that it makes me complacent, that I can feel less of an imperative to recycle because you scientists will geoengineer us out of any problem?
Good
it's
question.
too important to leave to the scientists.
Yeah, good question. I mean, absolutely, there's a sense that if what you're talking about is, can it feel that science can solve everything and that we don't have to worry about it? I think that's it's a really good concern. But I go back to really what Sylvia is saying and what the question before was, which is, that knowledge has to be a good thing. I think you can't not vote for knowledge. You can't not vote for knowing everything we can and communicating it in the best way we can. But that also has to communicate doubt. I think that one of the things that I think is sometimes missing is when we talk about science is the fact that we don't know everything. And there's a huge amount that we have to understand. And there's a huge amount of things that we look at them and we just say, we don't know. And that there's no complacency and we don't know. And that's a question I think that perhaps is a really good question to focus on.
I think in expanding on that, the complacency problem is not just one of scientists finding an answer, but of thinking that that science will be funded if you don't do anything. You can be complacent and think, well, we all think that science is a good thing to do and it's going to be funded. If we don't have to, say anything or vote anything to get it funded, it's going to take care of itself. Not anymore. That may be true 30, 40 years ago, but being complacent about it, is being as complacent about Social Security.
Complacency is anchored in ignorance, because if you really know what's going on, you cannot be complacent. you'll be driven with a sense of urgency if you really tune in to what science is telling us,
Yeah, and it's important to distinguish also, the science questions and the science research are really only one part of the equation. Yeah. What Sylvia speaks so eloquently about is really not so much a science question, but a moral question about conservation. And so it's important to appreciate that distinction of a moral choice to protect, conserve, and speak out for the planet, as opposed to a science question about just looking at one specific thing. We have to teach people to understand the morality of conservation.
Mm-hmm. A question right there, right. Okay, come on down. Come on down. You're down here already. Go ahead.
Hi. Sylvia, I first met you 7 years ago as oil was spewing out into the Gulf of Mexico. And I'm curious where things stand now in terms of our thirst for energy as we're surging to 10 billion people on the planet. And is this, even with the approval in renewables and things like that, is the ocean still at severe risk for drilling and these other things that, despite our conservation efforts, are going to cause major issues as countries around the world seek new sources of energy?
Well, we've already set in motion processes that will take, well, who knows where they're going to lead us. To counter these monsters that we've created, looking at those places on the planet, land and sea, that are still in good shape. Half the coral reefs are gone, but half are still in pretty good shape. And embracing them as if our lives really matter, that it depend on it really. Like the forests, we need to embrace those old growth forests, those precious ones that still remain, and really think of that as something that we cannot put back together again. Mm. Changing the chemistry of the ocean changes the chemistry of the planet, changes everything. So what we allow to flow in, whether it's putting dispersants on oil spills, compounding the problem that we've created, or if it's just allowing sewage and plastic and all that, thinking it's away. But that view of Earth from space, we know there's no away. It's all here, and we're all in this together. Yeah. So really sizing up the actions that we individually, as a community, as a state, as a nation, as people of the world, to say, all right, we've got to turn things around. This is the moment, because now we're armed with knowledge, and we do have a chance. We still have 10% of the sharks. They're not all gone. There's still a few little vaquita, 30 remaining maybe in Baja California. But, there's some things we're forever lost, but not everything is lost. And we're the one chance this time we can just watch it slide by. And our kids are going to say, why'd you do that? Why didn't you do something? So we just have to roll up our sleeves and do something.
Good way to end it, rolling up our sleeves. Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you, Kevin Hand. Thank you, Jane Root. One Strange Rock. Thank you all for coming down today. We'll see you on Science Friday.
So good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Beers.
What do I get?
All right. Thank you. All right. Another great panel. That was our last panel, in fact, and another one that talked about this intersection between politics, between science, between morality and technology. And a lot of the focus has been about technology. And we sort of have a special treat right now. I'm sure many of you have heard of Nainoa Thompson, the National Geographic Hubbard Medal winner. He's just completing, I believe it's just over 37-month journey circumnavigating the globe, what he calls island Earth. And he's doing it using traditional Polynesian navigation techniques. So talk about linking the stars to the ocean. And he sent us a personalized message that we get to see the video and share with you. He's landing today in Oahu. So we can all send our aloha vibes that way. And here's the video.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Nainoa Thompson, and I'm one of the voyagers on the voyaging canoe Hokulea, traditional Polynesian voyaging canoe. And we're right now at the very last few miles of a 42,000 mile voyage, 37 months around the island Earth. And we went to 19 countries and nearly 300 ports to you can't protect what you don't understand, and you won't if you don't care, and you can't do it by yourself. This is our way that we, in our cultural way, explore the Earth on the voyaging canoe, to connect with people and to build relationships. And because we know from this voyage that humanity is changing the Earth, and the Earth's going to change humanity. And it's about learning. It's about becoming knowledgeable. It's about taking action. It's at the heart of exploration. So I am very, very, very honored to have the permission to borrow a bit of your time, because I know in this room that I'm talking to are great young explorers. And this question about whether we can renew the Earth as fast as we destroy it would tell me that of all the time in humanity, what we need now is more and more explorers. We need those who are going to go out and bring us the kinds of solutions and understandings that we're going to be able to create sail plans for a better future for not just the Earth, but for our children. So with that in mind, I'm honored to be a part of your special day. And we're all very, very grateful to all of you in the room that are doing such important work in exploring the Earth. And we're looking forward to your work helping us build a better future. Mahalo. Thank you very much.
All right, we did it. I'm in the back and I'm trying to say, how am I going to wrap this up? I'm dead out of jokes. And I'm trying to, there's no way to summarize all the things we've spoken about today. And I was back there and I looked at my watch, and I looked at my watch again, and it's fancy, it's actually a Rolex. This is not a paid ad. And I hit it a couple times. I got it from National Geographic. And I said, it's almost 3:30 already, and more than 6 hours have gone by. And I started thinking about this, the dimension of time, and I thinking, so one thing that ties both the ocean and the sea and the explorers together is when you're on a mission, all you're thinking about is the clock and how much fuel you have, how much diving gas you have. Your supplies are all tied to time. And when the mission's over, this clock in your head doesn't stop ticking, it almost haunts you. And you feel haunted by how fast time does move. And there's a quote I once heard that's, time is a bully. And I think we all need to tell ourselves and remind ourselves to please use our time wisely. I'm very honored that you spent your time with us here at National Geographic all day today. And we're out of time for today, but thank you all very much for a great day. Thank you.